Columbus, Georgia. This is your City Council. Mayor Teresa Tomlinson. City Manager Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Evelyn Turner Pugh, Mayor Pro Tem and District 4. Mike Baker, District 5. Gary Allen, District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. Skip Henderson, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Tani Washington, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 26th meeting of the Columbus City Council. We're so glad to have you with us today on this hot summer day, working our way through July. We're going to start out this evening with an invocation. Tonight it's going to be brought by Reverend Alonza Whitaker of the Rose Hill Memorial Baptist Church, who also works with us in the District Attorney's Office. And we're so glad to have you here. Welcome.
Let us bow our heads and our hearts. God of mercy and of grace, we come to you, Lord, thanking you for all your many blessings, for the opportunity to serve you by serving others. Lord, we ask that you would give us wisdom and understanding, knowledge and directions, so we can lead your people in a manner that's pleasing to you. Lord, we ask that you would give us a desire to do things for a common good and not be selfish in our decisions. Lord, we thank you for all you have done and all you are going to do. And let whatever we do be done for your glory. Guide us, direct us, keep us, and protect us. And we will give you all the honor, the praise, and the glory. In the name of Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Alonzo, thank you so very much for that this evening, and also for what you do and your congregation does for this community. We also have with us this evening the Brookstone Summer Camp. And I'm going to ask the summer camp participants to come and join us here in front of the clerk's table. They'll give you a microphone. If you all will come and line up, and if the rest of you all will stand and prepare to join with us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. And if you would, introduce yourselves. Just give us your name and tell us how old you are.
My name is Nora, and I am 6 years old.
Great. You want to pass it to somebody, the one next to you? There you go.
My name is Oakley, and I'm 6 years old. My name is Elijah, and I'm 8 years old.
8 years old. Great. You want to pass it down this way? Yeah.
My name is Sam, and I'm 8 years old. My name is Cade, and I am 7 years old.
All right, we've got some parents too. If your parents are supporters of the campers, please do stand up. Thank you all for coming. All right, thank you so much. We hope you guys have a big summer at camp and get ready for your new school year. Maybe you can come back and help us out again soon with the pledge, okay? Thank you all. Next, we have minutes of our June 21st and July 12th council meetings. If I could get a motion for acceptance. A second. All right, were there any additions or edits? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state aye. Are there any opposed? Okay. And that does carry, and we'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Tonight, we've got some votes to take. First one up is a text amendment on the Unified Development Ordinance, the River Road Overlay District. It is ready for adoption.
Move approval.
Got a motion and a second for approval. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, this item is queued for electronic voting. All right, I think that's it, and it does pass. Thank you.
It passes by a 6-1 vote. Next item is the property at 4827 11th Avenue going to single-family residential, ready for adoption.
We've got a motion and second for approval. Is there any discussion related to this item? Let's see here. Can you all clear the previous vote, please? All right, we'll take an oral vote as they try to please clear the prior vote. We're going to take an oral vote on the second reading of a request for rezoning located at 4827 11th Avenue. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, that has passed. Next item is an ordinance that would allow the growlers to be sold in brew pubs, Chapter 3.
All right, we have Councilor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we brought this up, I know I'd spoken with Ms. Sheftal in the city attorney's office. I'd also heard from the local brew pub, and they were asking if it wouldn't delay the process, if we could change the minimum from 32 ounces to 16. And their point is that they are sealed so that when they leave, but they thought it would turn into more of a souvenir kind of sale if they would. It would help enhance their marketing efforts. They don't want this to get in the way of the growlers being allowed to be sold from a brew pub. But if I'm going to make a motion to amend it to 16 ounces instead of 32, just for discussion purposes, so that we can determine whether or not that's something that is of concern.
Okay, we've got a motion and second to make that amendment. We'll go ahead and vote on the amendment. Is that all right, Mr. City Attorney? There's no objection to that?
It is.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as stated, please state aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, and now it sounds like we have a point of order, Mr. City Attorney, as to whether we can move forward on second reading with this, given the amendment, and that's your call.
Yes,
I
you
think
can. This
yeah.
is not a zoning item. This is only a change in the minimum size of a container.
Well, I move approval.
Okay. You got a motion and a second for approval as amended. Is there any discussion as to the original motion as amended? Seeing none, we are queued for electronic voting. And it does pass.
All right. Item 3 passes as amended. Item 4 is the 120-day moratorium on local permitting for small cell technology. It's ready for adoption.
Move approval.
Got a motion and second for approval. Is there any discussion related to this item? All right, and once again, we'll need you to clear the prior vote, if you can. And we won't hold up things. I'll take an oral vote. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, and if you all could just clear that before we get to the city manager's agenda. Thank you. Clifton?
All right. Item 4 has passed. Last item we have listed, Mayor, is to amend the operating budget for FY16 so as to appropriate a total amount of $323,614.26 ordered by Judge Raymond to pay the sheriff's legal fees in Dar versus Columbus, ongoing litigation. Any questions around the table? We do note that the court deducted from the total amount of legal fees the certain Adobe subscription fees and meals for the sheriff's legal defense team, and the issue of where the money will come from, general fund versus the sheriff's appropriated budget, is still preserved for appeal. Also, some other issues concerning the Georgia Sheriff's Association involvement in the case and any payment of their fees. That's also preserved for appeal. Does anybody have any questions? We won't vote on this tonight. It'll be in 2 weeks.
With the
Okay.
recognition that those various items have been reserved for appeal, we've had discussion about those in the past. Is there any discussion related to this first read?
Okay, we'll bring that back in 2 weeks then, Mayor. August 9th meeting.
All right, thank you. We'll move on into public agenda then. And hold on just a moment. All right, if I could get a hard copy agenda, please. And maybe we can get IT over here just to reboot or reset. And first, we're going to call to the podium for public agenda Senator Emmanuel Jones, representing Legacy Chevrolet dealership, and he'd like to speak to us about our occupation taxes. How are you doing? Good. Very good to see you.
Council members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you regarding an issue that I feel is of grave concern, and not just to me, but to others that are in my particular industry. This is an issue that I've spent a considerable amount of time researching, and what I've found is the way this occupational tax is imposed, this gross receipts, is unfair. And the reason why I say it's unfair, I'll give you a good example of what I'm referring to, and then I will share with you some of my other findings and data that I brought along with me. If you take my dealership, for an example, and another dealership, say it's a Kia store, and both of those businesses sell the same amount of cars and generate the same amount of income, my tax, occupational tax, would be double what theirs is. And the reason why that's so is because the average cost of their product is about half what it is for mine. And the reason why that's so is because a dealership that sells only cars would have an average price of those vehicles roughly about $20,000 to $25,000 versus a dealership that relies heavily on the sale of trucks whose average cost is about $50,000. And though both of those vehicles may generate the same amount of income off of the sale, yet my tax, because of the higher price of the product that I sell, will be double what my competitors would be. And this particular tax that I've researched, and I have data here regarding how this tax is imposed across the great state of Georgia, and may I just add that probably over 90% of the counties do not use a gross receipts tax, and that also include consolidated governments as well. Most of them, according to the data released by the state, they tax on for the occupational tax on the number of employees. And this data I have shared with the city manager as well, so it shouldn't be, and I hope and pray that it's not a surprise to anyone to hear how other municipalities and county governments impose and levy an occupational tax. There are many that impose a flat tax. And I have some examples of other governments that are consolidated that I've gotten and researched how they impose an occupational tax. Athens, Clark County, as an example, they impose a tax on the number of employees. And for the businesses that have employees, and it's just in the worst scenario, for 251 employees and over, their tax is $35.97, $3,597. Augusta, Richmond County, again, consolidated government, their tax on gross receipts for over $30 million is capped. The max tax they would have is $9,000. It's $9,028 to be exact, according to their charts. And they're all taxed based on the class, so I took the highest tax in the worst possible class in each one of these instances. Clayton County, another county, Metro Atlanta, that has a fair amount of industries, particularly those in the industry that I share. They're taxed on gross receipts, but they put a cap on it. And what I found is that those few counties and municipalities that do charge of gross receipts impose a flat fee. In Clayton County, the maximum occupational license tax that the county would charge is $15,000. That's Clayton County, a neighbor county outside of Atlanta. And I could go on and on. Douglas County, again, tax cannot exceed $7,280. And I can go on and on. Another county of which I do business, they really don't have a gross receipts tax or an occupational tax. But they tax in kind of a different way, and their max tax is $10,000. And the list goes on and on and on. The last time that my company submitted an occupational tax, it was over $77,000. And those other industries and companies that operate within my industries, from the data that I've been able to ascertain, is far less than half of what I pay. And it's simply because of the way this gross receipts is calculated and the fact that the product that I sell is twice what the product that most other stores in my industry sell. So I come before you today to ask you to reconsider this tax. The counties that have capped it and put a cap on the amount that they charge. I would also ask that you consider the fairness of this tax across the particular industry that I participate, so that no one of my competitors would have an unfair advantage with the business of which I operate in this great city. And again, let me thank you, council members and mayor, for giving me this opportunity to present this data to you.
Well, Senator Jones, as you predicted, unfortunately, you're not telling us anything that we're not well aware of. Muskogee County has the highest occupation tax by far in the state of Georgia. It's by unfortunate design. We adopted in the early 80s a valuation property tax freeze. And as a result of that, we began pushing taxes around, as do other jurisdictions that have property tax freezes. And so we had to find other ways for revenue. And in fact, I believe in the ordinance that sets out our gross receipts, it actually says, or at least in the legislative history of it, that it's because of our property tax freeze. Yes, it does. I'm getting a nod from staff, that it literally says that this is a result of the fact that we have this property tax freeze, which stifles our ability to collect with the rate of growth, or inflation, if you will, property taxes, so we have to get revenues from other places. So yes, we have the highest occupation tax in the state of Georgia. We also have a system that is odd. I will say, for instance, two examples. Otten Glover, that you may know of, it's a food supply company, the Otten part of it originated in Columbus, homegrown business, if you will. I think they had about 300, maybe more employees. They were, as you can imagine, being recruited by other communities from around the state. A lot of people could use 350 employees to come to their community. And the occupation tax that they paid in every single one of those other communities would be $5,000 a year. But in Columbus, Georgia, their occupation tax was $90,000 a year. And in a year when our Ledger Enquirer could show and prove that they had suffered such tremendous losses that they were on the verge of having to close their doors, we taxed them $250,000 that year, even though they had losses. So we established a Revenue Review Commission some years ago, and the troubles with our particular system have been documented, and it's in that report, which is on our website and has been presented to council. The problem is to redo it, as you suggest, and as there are plenty of examples that we could choose from, we have to do something about our property tax freeze. And so we do have the property tax freeze on the ballot in November. When people go to vote for the president, they'll be able to vote and see if they want to keep this particular tax system, which also has other grave inequities that the community's learning about through an education program. You and I did not coordinate this today, but your timing couldn't have been any better because you have just laid out one of the gross inequities of the system that we have and why it's outdated and stunts the growth of this community. It hurts our businesses' ability to create jobs, and our abilities to attract businesses. So I thank you for bringing it to our attention again, and hopefully the public's listening and hears how a business owner and an employer is affected by this. So hopefully, come November 6th, we'll be able to report back something different to you. Let's see, Councilor Huff.
Senator Jones, thanks for being here today.
Councilman.
I find it all fascinating. I've been looking into it. If you would and don't mind, you could either send it to me or send it to the city manager. The counties that have a tax freeze and how the occupational tax work, or whatever you said, they have a flat tax, to show me how it works in other. I don't know if any of the other consolidated governments in the Georgia have a tax freeze. But if you would, let me know from your research which counties have a tax freeze and how they approach it from your business, from other auto dealers.
I most certainly will, and may I add, I understand the history of why this tax was imposed, but what I'm referring to is the inequity within a particular industry.
Right.
I don't think anyone in this great city minds paying taxes. I certainly don't. But the inequity that I'm referring to is the one that's within a certain sector. And within that sector, my industry, as an example, that tax is unfairly applied because we have product that we are selling at different prices, and it's unfair in the application for my neighbor who sells just as many cars as I do to pay half of what I'm paying. So I understand the history of this tax, and I also understand that this past legislative cycle, we allowed Columbus, Muskogee County to put that initiative on the ballot, and I'd certainly pray that those citizens down here do pass it. But even despite any of that, the issue that I'm bringing, if there was other retailers that were paying the same amount of tax in the same particular industry, I wouldn't be here today. And certainly if those retailers in my industry was paying the same amount of tax that I was paying, I wouldn't be here today. So in the absence of this ballot initiative passing, I still would ask that this city council would look at the inequity of how this tax is applied within a particular industry. It levels the playing field, and it doesn't give anyone in a particular industry that competes with each other an unfair advantage over the other. That's my request.
And I know we have Yvonne Ivey with us, who actually administers this. And Yvonne, do you want to speak to, the city manager indicated you might want to speak to this particular industry and sort of explain to us what's going on here?
Yeah, right before she starts, if you would, get me the information, because I want to know the fairness of it with or without a tax freeze, and then the other counties that have a freeze, how they apply the tax.
I most certainly will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you again to the council, and thank you, Mayor.
And I think we've got several questions, if you would, hold on,
Absolutely.
Senator Jones. But it is, I will say, when you look at the entire system, it is all based on gross receipts, and then there's also an industry factor applied to. So I think we could change it as to automobiles, but I think we'd have to adjust some other things too. Yeah, Yvonne, did you have anything further to say? And we got a couple of counselors too, so yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. With all due respect, Senator Jones, the tax class that you are in is tax class 1, which is the lowest tax class for Muskogee County. And the rate on that is $1 per thousand on taxable gross receipts. So when a company, when they report their gross receipts, we do allow certain deductions, such as if you had another company and it was related to you, and you were selling parts and services to your related entity, then we would not tax that revenue twice. We would allow you to deduct that as was what we call under an inter-organization transfer. If you had customers in which you sold your products to outside the state of Georgia, but that customer, that car had to be, or that vehicle had to be delivered outside the state of Georgia, then we would allow you to deduct that revenue also. So when you're talking about your competitors, maybe their gross receipts were the same as yours, but they had more deductions than you did. So I don't know, but all car dealerships, they're within the same tax bracket, which is $1 per thousand. Okay.
And
Yeah.
if I can respond?
Sure, yes, yes.
What I'm referring to is how this tax is calculated based on gross receipts. If their product costs half of what mine does, and we're selling the same product, my gross receipts is double. So it's a tax based on the gross receipts. That's why if you calculate it, and it doesn't matter how many cars we sell outside of the state or outside of our market, that application and the way it applies because of the price of these vehicles that, for example, a Kia store may sell versus a Chevrolet store who relies primarily on the sale of $50,000 trucks, it creates that inequity. Though our industry is the same, though we may be selling the same amount of units and generating the same amount of net income. That's what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir. And what we do, we use the profitability study based on the information that we obtain from the Internal Revenue Service. And when they gather this data, it is based on the net income of businesses as a whole within that industry. So they can take a car dealership that has only one employee and a car dealership that's multi-mega and has 50,000 employees and they make millions of dollars. But they group all that together, and based on that information that we obtain when we do the 10-year moving average, that would determine what that tax class is. So the Internal Revenue Service groups all car industries together, and it's based on the statistical data that we obtain from them.
Yeah, the issue is not the class, because all of us will fall in the same class.
Right.
I'm not here disputing what class we fall in. What I'm here disputing is how this gross receipts tax is calculated based on the price of the product that we're selling. And again, if you look at a $50,000 truck and a $20,000 Kia, you've got to understand that the inequity in the tax is different, though that $20,000 Kia may generate more in revenue or income or profitability for that dealership than one of my $50,000 trucks.
Yes, sir.
That's the inequity in this tax within, it's not the class I'm referring to,
Right.
but it's within this particular industry.
And they do not break down as far as the product that's sold. And so if
And you can't break it down because we are franchised. So you know, based on what franchises we cover, what our product
Right.
lineup is, and it's really easy. They don't sell any trucks.
Right.
Kia, some stores, I also
Right.
have a Hyundai franchise. I don't sell any trucks in that franchise.
Right.
But I sell just as many vehicles in that franchise as I do in my Ford or Chevrolet franchise. But again, the way you calculate that tax, because the price of these cars, and I know certainly what the price of a Kia or Hyundai is because I have that franchise, and what the price would be when you sell a $50,000 truck, it creates that inequity, and that's what I'm referring to. I'm not here referring to a class. The classes are set by the federal government,
Right.
not by local government. I
We've
understand
got
that.
several counselors. Let me just, it sounds like, because it's a gross receipt and industry profitability ratio analysis across all classes. I mean, they're classified by what industry you're in, but it's a gross receipt. So regardless of what product you're selling, if you're bringing in more in gross receipts than the other, even though they may be more profitable, it's the gross receipt function that's making it inequitable, is that right? And believe me, there's other industry sectors that would be right here too, talking about the fact that their gross receipts are far in excess of their competitors, but for various market reasons, their competitors bring in more profit, and so therefore, we're basically taxing people on their losses. I mean, you know, and that is a function of the system because it's based on gross receipts and profitability ratio. And so that's what I meant when I said, not that I don't hear your concern and very legitimate concern in my estimation. It's because it actually will cross all sectors. So it's the system that has to be changed. If we went in and just changed it for car dealerships, tomorrow there would be somebody in another sector saying, I don't want to have to pay on gross receipts either. And so that's one of the things. Let me get to Councilor Barnes was first up, and then there's some others that want to offer some comment. Councilor Barnes.
I just want you to send me that same information, because I like to try to understand from your perspective what the problem is.
Okay.
Now I'm going to get with the person that I always call all the time when I want something explained, Yvonne, so I can have a handle on exactly what the situation is from your perspective, and then find out what you're on. So if you could send me that same information, I appreciate it.
And I most certainly will. This issue that I'm referring to is kind of unique to my particular industry because of the volume that we sell and the price of the product that we sell. It's not something that you can look at across all industries in this great city. I don't see that as being the case. It certainly may be applicable in some of the others, but anyone that competes in some of those other sectors would have the same level playing field because the product they sell will be comparable in price.
We have Councilor Baker. Okay. We've got, Councilor Woodson.
I too would like a copy of what you're talking about, because in one moment I'm understanding what you're saying, and then I'm kind of thrown off a little bit.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I would like to see it also, so then I too can get with Yvonne and she can explain it to me in versus art. I also want to know who sets the calculation, does the state or we do?
The local,
The profitability tax.
The local, we do,
We do?
Muskogee County, yes, ma'am.
Okay, when we meet, can you explain to me how we determine that process? Because I'm kind of having a hard time, and I don't know, but I'm kind of having a hard time understanding. We have two dealerships. Let's say, I'm just using that as an example. We're using two dealerships, and they're grossing about the same amount of money. Why would one pay more than the other?
If we're talking about the gross receipts, then we need to look at what they're deducting. So
Okay.
if their deductions are more than Senator Jones' deductions, then they're going to have a lesser taxable gross receipts than his company will. So therefore, their tax liability will be lower than Senator Jones' tax liability.
When we meet, can we have someone's where there's deductions, and then I can see his privately, and we can see about the deduction?
and I beg to differ, the deductions that we would have in our industry would be comparable across all of my fellow competitors. We all deduct roughly the same. It is not the deductions. If you look at the top line amount, you can clearly see how the gross receipts off of a much higher amount because of the cost of my product would be very different, and I respectfully disagree with you. It doesn't have anything to do with those deductions.
Well, the selling price of the vehicle, so if your selling price is higher than your competitor's selling price, then you would, and you do not have as much deductions as they will, then they would turn into more, you would turn into more profit than they will. Because each dealership may not be selling the same car at the same price, so their prices may be lower than yours. But it's group as a whole. I respectfully do, I really do understand what you're saying, I do. It's just that we tax as a whole, that whole industry as a whole, and the only thing that's going to separate you from that other competitor is going to be your exemptions.
The exemptions are comparable, and I agree with you. You do taxes as a whole. Therein lies the problem, because what a Kia dealership sells on the cost of their product, let's not look at the sale price, let's look at the cost of their product, is different than what a truck dealer would sell with the cost of our product. Therein lies the difference. Someone's selling a product for $20,000, and I'm selling one for $50,000.
Yes, sir.
That's what generates that inequity.
Okay, I want to request, because we can go back and forth on our different opinions, but I don't know about my colleague, but me, I don't have that material in front of me to say who's talking right, who's correct, and I don't want us to get a debate today. I think it's best if you can send the information to us, we get with Ms. Ivy, we talk about it, and then we can talk to you again, Senator, because we're not going to come to a resolution tonight. That's the bottom line, because all of us have questions, and we have zero documentation in front of us.
And Madam Councilwoman, I was not asking for you to come to a resolution tonight. Everything that I've shared with you, I've shared previously with your county manager, and this goes back at least 3-4 weeks that I've shared all of this information with him. I've had countless phone calls where we've discussed this at length and at detail.
But we're just getting the information with all due
Understand.
respect to you. And I
Understand.
feel that you should respect, my request and my opinion, because you're talking, you might have had conversations with everyone, but the people that need to make the vote has not had a conversation, does not have that information.
And I do
Cannot
apologize.
see the difference between each one of yours opinion.
I do apologize. I was under the impression that having sent this information to your county administrator, that he would have forwarded to you. I apologize. I did not know that was not the case.
We don't get every single item that comes across, because we are part-time. So we don't get everything unless it's something that we need to discuss, like today. Now we're aware of it. Now we will all go to him and talk to him, talk to Yvonne, get your information, and then we'll be back to discuss it and see what can be done. If anything can be done, then that's when we get that opportunity. Today you're here, it's just bringing it to the 10 people that have to vote.
Thank you.
We have Counselor Thomas.
Senator Jones, as you can see, I think all of us would like to have that information, if you would. One of the questions that I had for you, in the research that you did I understand you to say that most, if not all of those had a cap on the amount, on the total amount, with the exception of Muskogee County?
Ma'am, that is correct. Those few counties or consolidated governments that charge a gross receipts also caps it. Most of the counties, and this information is for every county in this state and consolidated government, and I'd be more than willing to leave this here with you, 90% of them charge by the number of employees. But again, those few that charge this occupational tax by gross receipts, they cap it.
I would, as I said, I would like to have that information, because I think we may need to have this conversation. The mayor gave you a couple of examples of companies that have a problem with this, and if Alton Grocery moves out of town, we no longer have the $90,000 occupational tax from them, so we have a hole. If the Ledger Enquirer goes out of business, we no longer have the $250,000 occupational tax, so we have a hole. So we need to make sure that we are not killing the goose that lays the golden egg, The thing you do is you don't ever lay off the people that collect your taxes, And so I would like to have that information, because I'd like to be able to have a conversation with my colleagues about, let's take a look at this now. We haven't taken a look at it as far as I am aware. We as a group have not in some time, and perhaps it's time to do that. It's time to revisit that. So if you or Mr. City Manager or someone could make sure that we get that information so that we can have this conversation, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And also, it may be worth getting the Revenue Review Commission report out again, because they looked at what it would take to redo it, and to cap it by employees, we would have to be so high in comparison, so the same inequities exist by competitive comparison.
Well, and Mayor and Council, certainly what I'd like to do is have the Revenue Commission come back and do an update, a follow-up, but then we can make sure that we get you the information from Mr. Jones, and we can further explain what Yvonne Ivey has been attempting to share today, so that we make sure that you have a clear understanding of that as well. So I'll schedule something that you'll get both. You'll have an opportunity to hear from the Revenue Commission and from staff. So we'll do that.
Maybe a work session. Don't we have a work session in September?
Yeah,
maybe?
well,
yeah. Well, whenever the next work session, and that way because Yvonne made a presentation, I think, to the Revenue Review Commission, or someone from her division made an extensive, and then there was follow-up with research like Senator Jones has done, and it would be good to air that kind of detail instead of just the executive summary, I think.
So we'll get that. So,
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you. And we're sorry you had to come all this way to talk to us about this issue, but it's good to have a reminder of its actual impact on our businesses, and I can tell you we're all concerned about it, and that's why the citizens will be voting in November. They'll give us some opportunity to revisit this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Next we have Ms. Sharon Bunn would like to speak to us about cats. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Madam Pro Tem, she's not here tonight, but Senator, City Manager, City Attorney, City Council. Y'all have to excuse me because right now I'm still shaky where I have been real sick, so I'm reading what I'm going to say to y'all tonight. My name is Sharon Bunn. I live at 4014 Timberlea Drive in Sears Woods. I'm here as a spokesman for my sister and I, Carol Henderson, that lives at 5101 Yosemite Drive. The past 8 months, the feral cats on Yosemite Drive have gotten way out of hand. The mama cat has already had 3 litters of kittens, ranging 3 to 4 at a time. She's pregnant again. One of her first kittens she had just had 3 kittens herself in the past few weeks. They both stayed in Carol's backyard during the day because it's so shady and cool. The cats were nesting in Carol's flower beds where I work all the time. The male cats are hanging around for the female feral cats, and they have been spraying all over a patio, sliding door, and bushes very badly. You cannot stand to be in the backyard. There's been 2 weeks that I had worked hard with baking soda to get rid of the smell. The male cats are fighting over the feral cats to get them pregnant. There are at least 8 to 12 cats, that's including the 2 mothers and all the kittens that she's had. Someone in the community is feeding the cats with unsanitized dishes because the dishes are staying on the porch in plain sight all the time. In October, a lady across the street from where the cats are being fed called me and asked me to put out my cage at her house to catch the 4 kittens in her backyard. I caught 3 of the kittens and brought them to my house on Timberlea and called the city, and the city at that time was nice about picking up the cats. I feel that I caught some of the bacteria from the cage then. I started feeling bad a few weeks later. The cats are very thin and not properly fed and feel like they're carrying rabies, bacteria, and diseases. They are not safe. The cats are coming out of the sewer in the mornings, going to this house, eating, then coming to Carol's backyard and staying in the shade. Then in the evenings they leave and go back into the sewer where they stay all night. This house is catty-cornered from my sister's house. The city picks the cats and gives the rabies shots. How are you going to catch them to give them the booster shot a year later? These cats are hard to catch. They got street smart. They're smarter than all of us in this whole room. I can catch a 50-pound raccoon, a 10-week cat. I can't catch the mama cats. Tried everything. Sardines, you name it. In March, the male cat came back to Carol's and sprayed in the backyard again, and I caught him. I called the city to pick the cat up. The cat had no collar, no tags. I assumed the cat was a feral cat. The lady at Animal Control told me that they didn't pick up cats. I told her I will find another way of getting rid of the cat. Then I told her the mama cat is crossing the street and the car is coming and it might solve my problem. I didn't say about killing the cat, just solve my problem. Pick the cat up. She told me she's sending a special enforcement to come pick me up. I told her when she picks me up, she's taking the cat with me. She said, she finally said she would come pick the cat up. Then she says, Miss Bunn, I'm going to have to bring the cat back after she fixes it. I said, no way you're bringing that cat back to my house and my sister's house. I'm sorry. So, see, I can't remember the lady's name, I don't think she even gave me her name, because I would have reported her if she did give me the name, because I didn't feel like I should have been treated that way as a taxpayer. I called another 10-week kitten about 3 weeks ago, told Carol, you're going to call animal control. They were ugly to me. I can't handle it. You'll have to call. She talked to a very nice lady named Sabrina. That lady was very nice, very polite, very wonderful, and said, I'll be right out to pick the cat. It wasn't long late, she picked the cat up. That's the way I should have been treated, too, but I wasn't. I'm asking y'all, I'm begging y'all, I'm appealing to each and every one of you to please help us stop this cat problem and stop this TNR cat program. Please make everyone that has cats outside put collars and tags on them so we know they've been vaccinated. Can I go on, ma'am?
Yeah.
So if dogs have to have collars and tags, cats should not be any different than them. I love cats, grew up with cats, have no problem with cats. The feral cats are wild. They'll never be friendly. They'll always have diseases from the sewer. These cats have made me very sick being around these species. I had 5 different bacteria for the past 7 months. I almost died in January from E. coli that I caught in my sister's backyard. I have taken 6 antibiotics since January, and the last antibiotic was taken July 1st. I have lost 25 pounds since I've been sick. The bacteria had made me have a very, very bad infection in my body. Mrs. Crow, that's sitting back here, had 17 cats, feral cats. She's down to 4 now, so she's doing good, except those 4 need to go. But I want to thank you for your patience and your time, and God bless each one of you for all the hard work you do for our city. And I'm asking you, please help my sister and I with this problem.
You bet, Ms. Bunn. Thank you so much. Drill, what's going on? Is this a TNR colony or no? Okay. Come tell us what's going on here.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the Searswood area, we don't have any registered TNR colonies, which means that there's a caregiver there taking care of any feral cats. All the animals that we checked on belong to an individual who was already previously cited, taken to court, fined over $1,000 for not having a hobby kennel permit because they had too many animals. I think in this particular case, you've got various people in the Searswood area that have cats, and the ones that are in the sewers very well may be feral cats, and we just need to trap them and get rid of them, and we can do that. But the people within her immediate vicinity that we did speak with, all are within the law. Some of them have indoor-outdoor cats that do go rambling throughout the neighborhood, but they, as the owners of those cats, are held responsible for any nuisances that they cause, and that's what we did with I believe it was Mr. Gant last year, that filed a complaint against his neighbor in regards to the number of animals that they had.
Okay.
So I think we just need to
we've
get
got
some
several
traps out
questions I
there.
want to get to, but I want to make it clear that if there is a cat and it is not owned, and someone calls and says, come get this cat, we get that cat. If the cat is not adopted, that cat is euthanized and put to sleep.
That's
Is that correct?
The cat
That
has
is
to
our
have a
policy.
caregiver.
If the cat is not owned, it's not in a TNR colony by somebody whose name we know and where they live.
That's right.
That cat is put down if
That's
it's
correct.
not adopted.
That is correct.
Okay.
Even if it's feral, if it doesn't have a caregiver,
Right.
it is not brought back, it is put down. The only time it is brought back is if we have someone registered that is stating to us that they are going to care for that animal. Outside of that, if we did that, we could be charged with abandonment, and we don't do that.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. I just want to clear that up. Now, we got several who want to speak to it. Counselor Barnes.
Well, I know I am not the only counselor sitting up here who said, calls me about this TNR program, about the cats. This TNR program is not working, but let me tell you where I'm coming from, just so you know. You know, it's kind of interesting when there's an accounting problem. I have the resource here to always turn to my friend Mike. He breaks it down for me to understand. So I thought for a minute, I said, you know, it's foolish for me to think that, to assume that the counselors here have the knowledge, the health knowledge, the science that I have. And so what I've done, I've made packets for each of the counselors here to bring them up to snuff on this TNR program what I have spoken to you about, which you don't want to understand, but I have a big problem with this TNR policy. Recently, the Centers for Disease Control came out in March of this year. Now, I have a problem because these cats, we vaccinate them once, and we return them to the community. Mayor, I've told you, there is no 3-year vaccine that prevents these cats from getting rabies. You've got to inoculate them, and in a year, get on a booster shot. We're not doing that. The Centers for Disease Control, which is the gold standard, who doesn't listen to what the Centers for Disease Control says? It says that what we've got to do is vaccinate them, and in a year's time, give them a booster. You know, we've had a conversation, that's not happening. So let me tell you what is occurring. They came out in March with this statement, because feline-borne rabies is becoming greater than canine. So listen to this here. Stray and feral cats serve as a significant source of rabies exposure risk. If communities allow maintenance of feral cat colonies despite this risk, they should safeguard the health of the cats and the communities in which they reside by requiring that the cats receive initial rabies vaccinations and appropriately scheduled boosters. We are not doing that, Mayor. I told you that. And we continue with this TNR. Now, I contacted the Georgia Public Health Veterinaries Association. I wrote them a letter. And they responded back to me. I told them what was happening under TNR. They said their procedure does not safeguard this community, Columbus, Georgia, from rabies. And as you very well know, in October of last year in my district, there was a rabid raccoon. So rabies is here. Subsequent to that, the National Public Health Veterinary Association contacted me, and they concurred. And by the way, I have all this information in package to the councilors here. The 2 vaccines that we are using, that I had a conversation with you about 8 months ago, that you said safeguard, Defensor and Ravavac, on the labels, when you said that's all that someone from animal control told you that was all, it's not. On the labels themselves, the vaccines actually say on the labels, what does it say here? For dogs and cats, must we do what now?
Repeat dose should be administered 1 year.
1 year later. This is what I told you, Mayor. Now, our only buy-in, Mayor, is the health of this community. I'm a nurse, so I'm really interested in the health of the community. And I tried to explain this to you, and you've allowed this TNR, and it's not only a nuisance in the community, but it's running contrary to what the Centers for Disease Control, the gold standard, what city or municipality doesn't listen to the CDC? So I've been really discouraged, disappointed in you by allowing this program to continue after the information I've given you. So you know what? I'm giving it to my fellow councilors so that we can vote on this here. Because once you councilors, I want to make sure that you all realize the extent of this here. It's serious, health-wise. Not only a nuisance in the community, but it's serious. And not just rabies. Rabies is the thing that I'm concerned about. Because if a child gets bitten by a cat and doesn't think it's important enough to tell a parent, the symptoms of rabies do not manifest until it's terminal. And that's, Mayor, that's serious. And so that's my only buy-in. I'm not against anything. I'm not even against the TN. I'm against their practice because it is unsafe. And anytime you can have the Georgia Public Health Veterinary Association write me back and say that we are not in compliance, and we should be. The national organization, they contacted me, the letter's in here, councilors, so you can read it. And they're cautioned against it. The March compendium says what it says here. This is not from Pop Barnes, this is from the Centers for Disease Control, whose only job is to safeguard the welfare and health of every city, municipality, and county. And it says it here. So I wish you as a mayor would think about the health of the community, and I'm handing it to the councilors here who make the ordinances and decide yea or nay about this issue. Because we need to stop the practice of this program, and I'm going to rely on these councilors to think about the health of the greater community. You're going to get calls from these advocates. You know that. But I want you to think about the health, the greater health of this community, and not the small group of people that want to promulgate this program.
Well, thank you, Pops, and I hope you have an envelope. I'd like to see it, too.
You're going to get your copy. I've already talked to you about it.
Okay. First of all, guess what? I care about the health of the community, too. I put the life of citizens above animals, and I would put an animal down in a blink of an eye before I let persons suffer one day of cold. And so I don't think that's appropriate at all. I would say that Pops and I did talk about this, and we agreed to write a letter to the CDC, and they responded that they were going to refer it to their Washington, D.C. office.
And I got that letter.
And they responded,
and that we should stop this process.
that's not what they said. Now, they may have sent another letter, which I'm happy to look at, but when you and I, when you came to my... Pops, you've had your time now. I've got the floor. When you came to my office and we wrote a letter to the CDC in Atlanta, they said that they had no policy. They were referring it to their Washington, D.C. office. We submitted our question to the Washington, D.C. office, exactly as you asked, and they wrote back saying that they had no position on it, and they made a very clear statement. And so that letter has been made available to you, and that was the last I talked to you about it. So they said they had no position on it. They continued to monitor TNR activities around the community, and actually, they did say in their compendium that when you have a 3 years rabies, that they, and obviously we can debate back and forth, but we've already been through this. When you have a 3 years rabies, they go with the pharmaceutical company's recommendations.
No, Mayor, you can't parse words on this here. It's black and white. The other councilors have it. They're reading. I'm leaving it out of your hands because I tried to speak to you about it. Okay, so now the councilors have it. They read it and they understand it. What does you see? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It says it in black and white. What I told you 8 months ago. And so I'm finished talking to you, Mayor, about it. I'm leaving it in the hands of the council.
Okay.
And have them decide.
Well, it is. It's ultimately it's council's decision. I'll take a look at this. We'll provide the Washington, D.C. response, and we'll just continue. Okay. I don't know. I haven't seen this package, so I don't know what's in it. I wasn't given the courtesy of seeing it before right now. But I certainly will take a look at it, and we have looked at this before. So we've got another person who wants to speak. Again, I do want to draw the distinction. We don't allow feral cat colonies. We exterminate them if they're not adopted. Only TNR colonies where they are vaccinated and checked for disease are allowed with a registered manager. So I just want to draw that distinction between TNR and feral. We've got another counselor. Counselor Allen would like to speak.
Mayor, I'll forego my questions. I think we've discussed this enough.
Okay, and we've got a package of materials we can take a look at, and then we can
I got one other
come
thing
back.
to say.
Okay? That's it.
This in August on my newsletter, which you can get at popbarnes.com on my website. I want to lay all this out for the community, viewing community, and I want you to contact the mayor because it's in black and white what this is saying. This program is going to have devastating results in the community if a child gets bitten. I'm just telling you, it's really serious, so it will be in my August newsletter that you'll get in August. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I hate to debate, but I simply cannot leave it that a counselor is saying that the mayor is going to allow children to die of rabies. And so let's just suffice it to say that there is another school of thought that we have had veterinarians here filled in this community telling us that TNR helps put down diseased animals, put down animals that cannot be adopted, and for those that do have people that will claim them and manage them, that they are given rabies shots and they are given other types of vaccinations that help prevent the spread of diseases. So it's, frankly, there are a lot of communities that do this. It's considered best practices. Obviously, it has detractors. But we have been through this before. We've had many, many work sessions, and this information has been vetted before, but we certainly will vet it again if we have a counselor that cares this much about it. So we will take this information, and I'll see if, make sure that the Washington, D.C. CDC information and the other veterinary and pharmaceutical information we have is in there. Yes, Ms. Bond.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but I think now I need to. The colony she's talking about, that they a bunch of cats. These are just 2 mother cats that's having all the babies in around us. But where they're going to this colony, the woman has not had water in 2 years. The boats are not being washed. They're not getting their shots. They're not getting their rabies. And I think they bring the bacteria from those boats into their bodies. And when they poop in my sister's yard, I'm getting the bacteria because I'm getting hot out there. And the doctor told me if you get hot and dehydrated, that's where I'm getting the bacteria
See,
from.
whatever this is you're talking about, this woman that has no water and is feeding these cats, and
Right.
I don't know what address it is, but if you give it to Drell, we go in and raid those places all the time. We have people that either because of mental illness or because they're lonely or because they're just big-hearted feed animals, and you're not allowed to have that many animals. And so when they call, we actually go in and we do trap them. And then if there's not people who come forward and say, hey, that's my cat, or I'll adopt that cat, then those animals are unfortunately euthanized. And sometimes they're euthanized by the dozens. We have gone in and found people with mental illness that had 40 cats in their house, and we've put all of them down. And that's our program. So I hate for you to be under the impression that we would allow somebody to have feral cats on their property. We don't allow that. And if they don't get rid of them themselves, either through adopting them out to friends or family members who will take care of them, or turning them into us, we'll come get them. And we do that all the time.
Well, she wanted me to catch them
Yeah.
and give them to her to put in the house, but she didn't have the money. she
We'll
said.
go out and get them.
No, this girl asked me Christmas to take my cage over there and catch them for her and put them in her house for her mother and her. And she's only got 2 cats in there. I told her I couldn't do it because
Well,
she didn't.
you shouldn't have to do it. If
She
you
had-
call,
But she has no money to get the shots. So
it doesn't matter. If she has more than 5 cats that she is claiming ownership of, we will take every one over the 5. If we cannot adopt them out, they will be euthanized. And that's the sad reality of our system here. We are not a no-kill community. There are plenty of people that would fill this place and just as vehemently as you've heard today, claim we need to be a no-kill community, and we've told them no, that we're not going to do that, and that we're going to proceed precisely as I have laid out. So if there is a feral cat colony, that does not mean it's a TNR colony. In fact, it's not a TNR colony. So if it's a feral cat colony, and if you call Drell, we will go down. It looks like a drug bust. It does. We go down with these bunch of different cars, and we have multiple, and they get out with these, these nets and these traps and things, and they just start whipping up some cats.
Well, what if she comes out and says those are her cats, but it's really not her cats? She don't really claim them, she just feeds them.
If she can't she'll get to pick 5, and then we leave with every one of the others. We leave with every one of the others. And unless somebody comes forward to rescue them, one of these licensed rescue groups, or to adopt them out, they're put down. And so that's the sad reality of this program. We don't allow cats to roam.
Well, I just don't want anybody to get what I got from the bacteria.
No,
because it's a very
we don't want
bad
anybody to get
thing.
anything from anybody, or any cat to get anything from any other cat. Yeah,
Ms.
Councilor Woodson.
Bond, Ms. Bond, don't leave. Did I hear you correctly that you called and one of the cats from your sister's house was
Oh, she
picked
had me
up?
upset. I was screaming. You could
No,
hear me
no,
all the way
no.
downstairs.
Let me finish, because
Oh,
I
I'm
want to
sorry.
see. No, that's okay, that's okay. I know you're passionate about it. I want to know is, if I heard you correctly, your sister called in and she talked to Sabrina, and Sabrina came right away and got the cat. Was that cat brought to you back, to your neighborhood, or was that cat put back?
Never came back.
Never
Sabrina
came
said,
back.
Carol said she
So
didn't
that
want it.
just tells me what the mayor is saying. In that instant, I'm not saying everything else,
Right.
in that one instant, then the program worked.
But the other
with
lady
that
was
cat.
going to bring me the other cat back.
Okay.
The one that was going to put me in jail for threatening a cat.
Well, I think our calls are recorded. If we know what day it was and roughly around what time, we can listen to the call, if I'm not mistaken. I know in 311, the calls are recorded, but I don't know in any other area. But I know in those are recorded and we can check. But I just wanted to see, because I hear different stories.
No,
And so
no,
I
they
wanted
didn't
to
bring
hear.
that
But
one
if that
back.
one didn't come back,
That was
that's
a
a
little
plus.
kitten.
I'm happy for that one.
That was a
Now we
kitten.
got to go get the other one. so they can
The
meet
two
in
mothers,
heaven or
if y'all come
wherever.
out and get the two mothers where they keep having babies, that would be a blessing for me. That's all I'm asking y'all. Please just come get the other two mothers.
Okay, you heard that?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now we have Mr. Henry Ganter, who would like to speak about cats.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Henry Lee Ganter. I live at 4003 Sears Road, and I'm here to talk about cats. Also, I have some pictures, and I'm looking at the screen. How do I really have something to show? Okay, because I don't want to tear up nothing here. Oh, okay. Oh, man. That's good. That's good. My wife and I moved into Sears Woods about 3 years ago, but our nightmare really started in November of 2015. We have cats. Matter of fact, I'm retired from the U.S. Army. I'm a disabled veteran. I was in the Vietnam War, where I received a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star. So we bought our retirement. Okay, we bought our retirement house. We was in retirement, and now here come these cats. So I had to come out of retirement to fight these cats, and we are still doing it. So I just have a few pictures that I want you to see, and we're going to talk about these pictures as we go. Now, what you see on the film now is, you know what that is, but it's in a vegetable garden. My wife did not harvest any vegetables because of that cat poop in the garden. I reckon I'm going to have to tear it down and get rid of it. That's cat. Next one, please. This is in the straw that I have in my area around where I have my bushes around my house. These cats come in, and you can see little mounds where they are there, and they poop in the straw. And that's everywhere. Everywhere I got straw, that's where they go. And this is another one here, and we're going to show you a window in a minute. Go ahead, ma'am. Well, that's the same one. Take that one down. We don't want to see that one no more. Take this is in the straw. Go ahead. I'm just wanting to say. Now, this right here, these are mounds that those cats make. The white bottom there, that is the bottom of a large window in my front, on the front of my house. These cats comes in, go in that area, do what they have to do, and I guess then it's only about 8 feet from my front door, but it's off in a corner. I'm showing you all of this, but you ought to know that I can't pay anybody to clean this mess up. I can't pay anybody to clean this mess up. I have to clean this up. Now, this is our dog, Scotty. He's a Westie. He is held hostage from our backyard. I'm going to show you something in the backyard. He can't even roam the backyard. Sometimes I can't roam it until I go back there and clean up. So, next one, please. This is the backyard. These are the cat poop, or this is the cat poop that's in the yard. And you can go ahead and put another one there, ma'am. I have to clean this stuff up before I even cut my grass, or even, we just told the dog he just won't be playing in the backyard for a while. This is the backyard. Go ahead.
It's a big cat.
And by the way, that's still poop. That's the backyard. So that's it. So what I'm saying is this. I contacted Miss Courtney Pierce at one time because I was dealing with animal control and all of this. She asked me about the problem, and I told her. Now, she tells me that she had some repellent, and she had a scarecrow type thing that I can hook up a water hose to. But I told her, I don't need no work. See, these cats are getting, well, they've been on my nerve. I just need some relief from these cats. I know how dangerous, okay, I'm sorry. I know how dangerous cat poop is, or anybody's poop, or whatever. Fly-borne disease, we learned that in the Army. Fly-borne disease. If anywhere poop is, a fly light on it, he will regurgitate to soften that defecation up. And while he's doing that, those little small feet are right there in that stuff. Then he's, whatever he's doing, eating or whatever, then he flies off and he's taking that defecation with him on his feet. And then he goes over, if I'm in my backyard barbecuing, which I love to do, and he lights on or sit on some food, and back to what Pop Byrne is saying, I know that's a health hazard. I'm finna sit down now. Counselor, I need your help. Mayor, I need your help. Now all of this is happening at my house, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm probably the only one that's speaking up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganter. Now, Drill, has Mr. Ganter called, and what's going on here? What are y'all doing, if anything?
Well, as I stated earlier, when Mr. Ganter called us last year, we did in fact go out, found that his neighbor had more than 5 animals, as is illegal, and we took him to court. They paid the fine. Since then, Mr. Ganter, I believe you told us that you have a trap.
Yeah, I have a trap.
Right.
The cat's not going in no trap.
Okay, well, we need to continue to trap in that area. There's other items that you can put in the trap that will attract them into the trap as well.
But hold on, let's just see if we can figure out what's going on. So, Drill, let me see if I can get this straight. So you go out, and one of Mr. Ganter's neighbors has more than the legal limit of
Right.
cats.
Correct.
And so they go to court, and you fine them.
Correct.
Now, did you take the other cats?
They disposed of the other cats themselves.
And the other cats were disposed of? That's a
Correct.
nice way of saying what?
They took them to another location.
Okay, they took them to another location.
They're not
you put them
living
in
at
our
that area.
What? Wait, no. Rescue. What? How? What do you mean?
No.
Yeah.
The owner of the animals, who
Okay.
has claimed ownership
Okay.
of the excessive cats that they had on their property, took the cats to Mock, Georgia.
Okay.
Where
so
her
the
family
owner
lives.
took them somewhere and gave them to
Exactly.
somebody else.
Exactly.
Okay,
In
not
that
us.
particular case. Now,
Right.
she's down to 4 dogs and 1 blind cat. That's the individual that we took to court on Mr. Gant's behalf, and he wanted to press a charge. Now, we don't have any other registered colonies in the Searswood area. There may be other people in the vicinity that have indoor-outdoor cats. If they're under the 5, they're within the legal limit. At that point, the only thing that a person can do is say they're causing a nuisance and they want to press a charge. I would advise them, because it is an owned pet, to trap them in their yard, bring them, or call animal control. We will pick them up, we'll put them on the website. Hopefully the owner will come forward. If the owner comes forward, they'll be fined, they'll be checked for rabies and their city permit, and they'll have to pay an impoundment fee. Impoundment fee is $95. After you get that once or twice, believe me, you're going to do whatever you need to do to keep your animal on your property. But there is not a leash law for cats.
Okay. All right. So we don't have a TNR cat colony,
No.
but it sounds like you've taken care of the neighbor who had more than cats. Now they got
Correct.
5, so we can't. But it sounds like there may
Ms.
be
Bud,
another
I'm
neighbor
not familiar with, and I'm going to get with her after, when I finish.
To
and
get
the
the
information.
address.
Go out there myself, along with some animal control officers,
Mhm.
and determine whether or not we've got another neighbor with excessive animals.
Okay. And so what will happen there is
If they have them.
if they have excessive animals, they will be fined.
Correct.
And they will have an opportunity to get rid of their cats, or we will come and take their cats.
Most time, they want us to go ahead and take them.
Right.
Because they don't want to go to court and say that they still have these animals. They
And
reduce
we
the
will then
fines.
either work with rescues to see if they want to try to adopt the cats. We'll
If
try
they're-
to adopt the
that's
cats,
correct.
and if they're not adopted in a certain period of time, what happens?
They were put down.
We'll put them down.
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Ganter, yes, did you have one last question?
There are. Okay, I'm sorry. That's it. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. There are 4 cats still next door to me. Here's a picture of, she had 3 cats, the same color, the same size. These are some big cats. They are there. And there is 1 black cat. Now, I'm just saying, these cats, reason why some people don't see them, because they only be let out at night. So those cats are still there. And it's 3 of them. This is one of the pictures. This is a picture of one of the cats. And I'd like to put it over here on the screen, but I guess you can see it
Yeah, you
anyway.
had it up a minute ago. We saw it.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, Drill, that you need to get out to Mr. Ganters and see if these 3 cats he's complaining of are owned by somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
And if they're not, then we got to go through the process.
Mayor,
Yes.
she needs to go out there at night because that's when they let the cats out.
Do what?
If it,
She
you
said
need.
they let them out at night.
I'm
so
good.
they
I'm
can
good.
go
Well,
out
if
there
you
at
know,
night.
do you know where they're
Because if
coming
you go
from?
during the
Do you know where
day-
they're? Do you know whose cats these are, or who's letting these cats out at night?
Well, I'm saying there are 3 cats. Now, these cats look, just alike. And people see 1 cat and think that's it. But it's 3 cats over there plus a black cat. Yes, I know where they're coming from.
Okay.
They're coming from next door.
Well, if you'll tell Drell, then she can go over, not necessarily at night, she can go over during the day, and she can speak with that homeowner and see how many cats they have. And if they have more than 5 animals, then we're going to proceed as I've laid out before. If they don't have 5 animals, let's just say that all she's got is 3 cats, hypothetically. She's allowed to have 3 cats. So council will either have to change the ordinance to allow less than 5 animals as a maximum amount of animals, so that we can find them and shut them down, basically. Or you got a neighbor that's got 5 animals, and as long as they're not otherwise breaking the law, that's why I think they're trying to give you these other avenues to protect your property. Because if your neighbor lawfully has these cats, and there's no leash law for the cats, then your neighbor can let the cats out. But then that's why we were trying to give you some of the repellents and the other techniques to keep the cats off of your property, because no laws are being broken.
Well, Mayor, I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
But then you have responsibility on the people that own these animals.
Sure.
The bottom line is, to me, it's disrespect. Disrespect. I've seen those cats during the day, and we have a picture over here where I caught one on my security camera at night when he come up to my door on his way to that same corner that they go to. Those cats are still there. Now, we're only talking about cats today, but they got about 4 dogs in the backyard, and it is hot.
Yeah.
And they are around a swimming pool that's cemented around there. They have to defecate somewhere. So really, they're cooking it on that cement. See, we're just talking about cats today, and
Yeah.
I'm right across the fence from them. I smell some foul stuff.
Sure. Well, they're only allowed to have 5 animals, so we'll get Drell out there and see what's going on. And boy, I wish disrespect was illegal, sir. Trust me. But unfortunately, it's not. So we'll see what we can do about whether or not your neighbors are breaking the law. Okay? And we'll certainly be enforcing those laws. Let's see, Councilor Davis.
Well, I'm just going to say, we dealt with this through animal control also. So.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Davis.
Madam Mayor, just listening to what we're talking about tonight, I am concerned, and I'm concerned about what was brought to us from the lady, Mrs. Bunn, who's out there that says that she suffered from an illness due to the feral cats. Mrs. Bunn, I think either somebody in the city or Mrs. Bunn needs to contact the health department to let them know what's going on or what has happened so it can be documented. But, Madam Mayor, I have to admit, this council is sworn to protect the health and welfare of the citizens of Columbus, Georgia. We're all sworn under oath to do that. And, we're learning every day with mass media and social media, learning every day of matters and issues that's happening not only in our community but around the world. I've heard all the arguments. You know, actually, I'm getting mixed signals that concerns me. I'm getting mixed signals from the administration. I'm getting mixed signals from animal control. I'm getting mixed signals from groups that tend to, I guess for lack of a better term, protect these type animals. We're talking about wild animals from this standpoint. I'm not talking about domestic animals. I don't have an issue with domestic animals, and you know, I would consider myself an animal welfare person when it comes to that. I'm talking about a known fact. I know Councilor Barnes has talked about rabies, but you know, I look at it more from the diseases, from the parasites, from that matter of promulgating this type of health issues in our community. I've heard all these model programs around the country. Now we're finding out that these model programs that people have presented are in fact having problems themselves. Overpopulation. Matter of fact, there's been recently people who have died of these diseases known that have come from feral cats. My concern is when I think about myself, my family, my grandchildren and others, is with the programs that the city is somewhat attached to, I'm not sure who's responsible from a legal standpoint. And we talk about the registered managed colonies, well, who's really responsible? Who's responsible if my grandson gets bit and comes down with rabies? And I know that there are cat colonies that are being promulgated in the neighborhood. Who's responsible? Is it the city? Is it the registered manager? Is it the organization involved? I mean, when you understand and look at the laws, and then when I sit down with our legal department and try to understand what's going on, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. So, you know, I'll close on this. It's a known fact this year that the American Veterinary Medical Association was the leading authority when it comes to animals in our society, has stated very clearly that the practice of managing cats that was stated today, feral cats, is not the best practice. And they are totally against it for several different reasons. But I will tell you the other aspect of this is dealing with the domestic animals that I'm concerned about, the domestic cats, people's pets, people's dogs. And what was shown to us, if you go to our veterinarians, they'll tell you that the number of feline AIDS has increased, the number of feline leukemia has increased, that it is known that feral cats are carriers of diseases and parasites, and even more so rabies than dogs themselves. And we've always been taught that dogs carry rabies. I guess I say that to say that I know that when I look at the numbers in the tens and thousands, I've talked with the head of public services. You know, last time we had a meeting was over a year ago, it was 80,000. I hear another local organization that's supposed to be a part of, connected to all this, says it's over 100,000. So I don't think this problem's going away. And I don't think we're managing the populations just by doing the math and sheer numbers. If you look at the number of cats that are being spayed and neutered from that standpoint and the number of cats out there, you just can't keep up with it. So what we're getting now is the crossing of society and humans with the number of cats out there. Now, I would like to better understand, Madam Mayor, just exactly what our practice is, because what I've heard today was not what I've been told when I said I'm getting mixed signals. That's not my understanding of how some of these programs are working within our community. But I think it's imperative that this body makes sure that the health and welfare, starting with the city manager, that the health and welfare of our citizens is put at the forefront and first, always.
All right, well, it starts with the elected officials and then, of course, the city manager. But Mr. Fay, do you have something to add?
Yes, just to follow up to try to give a little clarity on the liability side. Only the General Assembly can waive county governmental immunity. There has been no waiver of governmental immunity for governments exercising animal control under various policies, whether you keep the policy we have, the current policy, or whether you change it. If you exercise your discretion in good faith to set that policy, then there is no governmental liability. The government has immunity. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay. And I would say, too, I've looked through my packet, maybe I got one that wasn't complete, the letter from the CDC, Washington, D.C. is not in here. It's not in mine. Maybe yeah. So just take a look if you find it there. And the one from the Atlanta one, I didn't see either, so. And that compendium.
What you do have
Yeah.
is from the that's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
This is
So-
the one, and what does it say? It says that we should not be
Oh,
doing
okay.
what
Well,
we're
I'll
doing
take
now.
a look at this one, and we'll make sure to get the letter from the Washington, D.C. Center for Disease Control folks that we requested an opinion from them, official opinion on behalf of the city of Columbus. So we'll make sure we get that, too, just so everybody can take a look. And also that compendium we were talking about, and then we can weigh it and maybe have a, what do you call it? Yeah, the compendium with the whole, yeah, because it's in there, and we'll walk through it. There's an excerpt in here, but the whole thing is not in here.
Every vaccine has to be followed.
So we'll get it and walk through it, and maybe we'll have a special work session on this as well. Yeah, we've had a couple, so might as well have another. Let's see, Councilor Barnes. Do you want to?
Clifton, what I'm thinking about more than finances, I'm thinking about the ethical considerations. This is the ethical responsibilities.
I understand.
As Glenn was talking about.
Right.
Overriding money. We're talking about conscience, doing the right thing, looking to see what organization, the Centers for Disease, who does not follow the guidelines of the Centers for Disease Control? What makes us so different that we cannot comply with the experts to ensure the safety of this community? That's been my problem that I've been going back and forward with the mayor about. Don't be parsing words with me. I'm college educated. When it says that we should not be doing this, that is detrimental to the health of the community, from the mayor on down to us, we need to comply and look out for the health of the community. So I'm not talking about money.
Right.
I'm talking about ethically looking out for the health of the community. That's why I'm giving packets to each one of these councilors, because the mayor has been resistant to what I've been saying, regardless of what she's saying. So I'm giving it to the councilors to decide. I'm also putting it on my website because I want the citizens to contact the mayor and everyone. My consideration, be it from being a healthcare professional, is health, is the health of this community. And I don't want a kid to get bitten and think it's not important, because when the symptoms manifest, it's terminal. And I just want my fellow councilors to realize the gravity of it, and I didn't want to assume that they knew, because it made me think about when I hear about accounting, I go to Mike, because he's the expert. So I wanted to be able to give my fellow councilors all the information that they need to make a good decision for the community. And like I said, I know some of these advocates are going to call you. They're a very small group when you consider about the greater health of this community here.
Okay. All right, why don't we have an agreement that we're all ethical and we all care about the health in life of, no, well, it's hard not, I wouldn't say that's thin skin, but let's just all say, and Clifton clearly would never put money ahead of the lives of our citizens. So let's just keep it right here with ethics and everybody respecting the lives of our citizens. Councilor Davis.
And Mayor, along those terms, I just want to add, look, there are a lot of people in our community and some of these organizations that are being talked about. They, good intentions, they're trying to do good things, and I think they do it from the heart. And, you know, the key thing is just if these programs are managed in such a way where it protects the health and citizens don't have to be concerned, they don't worry, I don't have a problem with it. And that's my key concern, is that if these programs are truly going to be managed, and they need to be managed in the appropriate manner, And these animals need to be taken care of. They just need to be taken care of and given what they need so that they can live good lives and that they're not crossing the paths of where they cause conflict in society. That's really what it's all about. I don't want to see any animals suffer. I really don't. And like I said, I would call myself an animal welfare advocate. I mean, I went to school to study to be a veterinarian. I love animals so much. That's what I want to do. I changed careers for a reason, but, you know, I love animals, but I also know the other side of the story, too. So I just want to make it known that there are a lot of good people, and these programs are good with good intentions, but, you know, sometimes they can, if not watched closely, can unravel or get out of control. So,
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I think, again, we'll all concede that we all care about animals and human life, and we're all ethical. And so then the conversation can go on from there. Councilor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick. I just want to ask the city attorney, and I know you can't give me a yes or no, but isn't it conceivable that if somebody like the neighbor of Mr. Ganter, who's infringing upon his right to quiet enjoyment of his property, could not relief be sought through the courts?
Yes.
Absolutely. Some of the oldest nuisance cases in Georgia law involve animals, and the fact that a howling dog or a cat or any other animal is causing a trespass or a nuisance against a neighbor is a civil matter for the courts. It's a classic case of nuisance under Georgia law, and redress can be sought in the courts.
Part two of that question, if there are, and I doubt there's many, but if there are residents who are inhabiting a house that does not have access to water, can that house be deemed uninhabitable and a health risk to the individuals that are living inside?
Unless they are permitted for some kind of private water system, then they have to be.
And I'm not looking for a definitive answer, but I just.
They have to be hooked to the county water system.
I think it sounds to me as though the water had been discontinued for some reason. So they're connected. It just sounds like the water's not on. And
Yeah, we can ask our code enforcement. I know if you don't have to have electricity, I believe, because we've been down this road before, but
no
my
water,
recollection is you have to have water.
No water's a sanitary issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that you have to have water, not necessarily electricity. We've had some issues like this before,
Well,
so
I'd
maybe
like
we can
to-
have our code people look into
I'd
that.
like to get the street address and just pass that on as a referral to at least check and see if there's something we can do about that.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager.
Typically, of course, we can have our special enforcement make an attempt, but typically we would refer that to the health department because it's a health issue and it could be a mental health issue. So we'll be happy to make the referral and ask them to look into it. And I've done some things like that with Councilor Barnes where we got the health department involved, so we'll be happy to do that.
Yeah.
But it's not our special enforcement. I just want to make that point.
And you're right, Mr. City Manager, not once but twice, you did someone did go out to the location that we're talking about. And I also sent APS, Adult Protective Services, there. And unfortunately, the situation is such that, because I said that there are a number of individuals, and I was taking it from a health perspective, because there's a senior there. And I sent twice, Adult APS went there, and they talked to the senior, because they got back with me, and they said, she is in her right mind, her caretaker is in her right mind. They have not had water for over a year in there. They collect rainwater. This might sound unbelievable. But it's happening. They have not had any, 2 years, and right now, they don't have any electricity, and they don't have any water in that house. And it's been over 2 years, and I've tried to correct it. I've tried to do something, because I'm thinking of the lady in the house is 90, I think 94. Her daughter's in her 50s. But I want to thank you, because the times that I did call on it and special enforcers went out there, they did their job.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And we do appreciate you, Drill. We know about a lot of times that you've gone in and done difficult things, and sometimes with people struggling with mental health issues, and you do coordinate with our partners, so thank you. Let's get to the bottom of this, and Pops will get you that information and to all the counselors, and we'll put it on a work session too, okay? All right. Thank you very much. All right, that concludes our public agenda, and now we are going to head into the city manager's agenda. Mr. Hughley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First item on my agenda is a release of a restrictive clause on property located at 1811th Street.
We've got a motion. Is there a second for approval of a release of a restrictive clause on the property located at 18th 11th Street? There's no second. It'll die for lack of a second. We got a second. We've got Councilor Thomas with discussion.
Mr. City Manager, would you expound on this just a little bit, please?
Sure. The city once owned this piece of property at 1811th Street. It's 4,594 square feet of property. And when we sold this property to Columbus Housing Initiative, known as NeighborWorks, we had a restrictive clause in there that said that we would use a portion of the first floor of that building. And you may recall that we once had the Public Defender's Office housed at that location. And we have since moved a number of years ago the Public Defender's Office into another city building. They are attempting to sell this piece of property, NeighborWorks Columbus Housing Initiative, and that restrictive clause is still in that property, and we have on that property, and we have no need for any of the office space in that building. And we have worked with them in other ways that they, and we'll delay the second item, but we'll bring it back to you, where they have acquired through a partnership with us property at another location where they're going to construct a new building. And so they want to sell this building, but they can't sell it with the restricted clause on the deed. And so we're asking your approval to release that restrictive clause.
So even though the original restrictive clause said 5 years from July 1 of 2001, the clause is still there, and we could exercise that if we so chose. I mean, we are not going to do that, but that's why we need to pull it out.
Exactly, and it's been obviously more than 5 years that the Public Defender's Office has been located at its current location. We have no need. They want to sell, and we don't need it, will not need it, and we're asking you to release.
And this is the NeighborWorks office.
That is correct.
On 11th Street, right?
That's correct, right at the corner of 11th Street and First Avenue.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, that concludes discussion. The item is queued for electronic voting. And the item passes.
And I'm going to delay number 2, which is a quick claim at 60105 611 Veterans Parkway, and a portion of 6th Street. We'll bring that back to you. We've got to clear up a matter before we ask your approval on that one. Number 3 on my agenda is Winton Road Streetscapes local government lighting project agreement with Georgia Power. We're asking your approval, and it's for the purpose of providing the energy operations and maintenance of the lighting system that will be installed under the Winton Road Streetscapes project from Brown Avenue to 13th Street. When this is done, upon completion and acceptance of the lighting, then it will become the financial responsibility of the city to provide the energy operations and maintenance of the system, much like what we do with other street lights. We're asking your approval.
All right. Is there a motion for approval? Is there a second? Okay, we have discussion. Councilor Henderson.
Yeah, I just checked with the city attorneys, and as strange as it seems, I'm going to request to abstain. My wife is employed with Georgia Power Company. She actually sells these lights or places them, and since the city's going to be paying for them, I would request to abstain from the vote.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion and second for recusal. All those in favor, please state aye. Okay, we have, continuing back on to the motion, we have Councilor Allen with discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, can you explain what the lighting will entail? I mean, what, is it under the pavement, under the brickwork there, or enhance the brickwork, or? And also, if you could include in that the estimated cost of maintenance.
I'm sorry, Rick, there you go, thought it was on.
Council Allen, I can't give you a cost in terms of actual cost annual basic maintenance. It's not going to be a tremendous amount of cost involved with that. The lighting we're looking at primarily is dealing with the street lights themselves and changing those out in the process. And then maybe some pedestrian lighting also goes along there, along the sidewalks as well, and involved with that. It's a
beautification project.
It's a beautification project, what it is. And this is just a standard
lights.
procedure we have to go through with GDOT to get to this point.
So it's a street light that
Yes.
hangs up over. So it's different than the other lights that are there?
Not necessarily. We're still going to be responsible for them in terms of, they're going to have to replace those poles, and they're going to put some of the work's going to go actually underground, and we'll have to replace those lights at that point. But from that standpoint, we'll be responsible for maintenance and the power to those facilities as well.
So Georgia Power is installing them?
Yes, sir. And they will actually have to maintain them for us.
Is it a bulb that uses less electricity? Is it?
I can only say yes. Knowing what Georgia Power is going through now in terms of
LED
lighting and so forth.
I'm sure
yes,
they're
I would
going to be
think
LED.
Okay. My cost is added, my concern is added cost to the city as far as maintenance costs. I mean, we're already spilling over now, I guess, out of the bucket that we don't have. So.
Yeah, and I don't know the net difference, but we are paying for each street light now. And so when you go in and do the streetscapes, they're going to put in the decorative, the more attractive lights in the streetscape project. And it may be the same number of lights, and we're already paying for those now. I just can't give you the cost, but they're going to be likely LED.
If there was another neighborhood in Columbus that was interested in having these installed, how would they go about doing that?
Thank you.
Well, I think, and Rick, you may be able to respond, but, it's no different. It would be like on Broadway, we did the Streetscapes project. It was part of a project. And so we spent $15 million on that, and you bought the lights, and you did all of everything. And so if another street wanted it, it would need to be a streetscapes project. We're going to do a streetscapes project on Fort Benning Road, from Brennan Road to the gate. I don't know that lighting will be included in that, but we're going to do trees and all of that. But if lighting is involved, it would likely be a different light than the current pole that's there. And so typically it would be a project. And that's how you would
So they would need to contact their counselor and get the information to do a streetscape somewhere.
And then there have to be funding and agreement.
I understand the funding for this particular project came from DOT.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
There's a 20% match also comes from the city, but majority of the funding comes from GDOT on this project. This is a transportation enhancement project itself.
So would there be funding available for other neighborhoods from DOT?
Yes, sir, there is. Again, in terms of dealing with streetscape projects and things of that nature, yes. They usually do it on an annual basis, and typically it's like $1 million a year they'll get grant to a community. So we have to be selective in that project. Yes, there is a possibility for that to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Jones, in reading the agreement, did I hear you, let me back up, ask a question. Did I hear you say the city would pay 20% of the cost?
For the grant itself, for actual construction cost and development of the project, yes, we pay 20% of that cost.
And do we know how much that is?
It was right now at $2 million. There are actually two separate TE grants on this project. So that 20% of that looks at $2 million.
Two separate what?
TE grants, transportation enhancement grants.
Well, I don't see in the agreement that it says we're going to pay 20%.
What the agreement, what Georgia Power, excuse me, what Georgia
GDOT.
Department of Transportation requires of the city is some agreement that says you are going to maintain and take care of the lighting once it's installed.
Right.
And that's what all this agreement's asking for is that we accept the responsibility for maintaining and providing the power to the lights and so forth. Everything else is built back into the overall contract, though, in terms of construction needs and costs, and fixtures and all of that comes with it in the construction process itself.
I'm just a little nervous about not knowing how much money we're talking about. Did you say 20% of 2 million, or
For
2 million
construction.
is the 20%?
So,
No. It's, the whole thing is $2 million.
Okay.
What the grant offering is to us, and then we're responsible for 20% of that.
so
20% of 2 million?
has
Right.
has that grant come before this council?
Yes, it did.
And it's been approved?
Both grants.
And so all we're dealing with now is the lighting
Right. All we're
for
trying
a
to do is-
grant that has already been
The
here.
operation, repair, maintenance, repair of any damages, replacement of lamps, ballasts, luminaries, lighting structures, associated equipment, conduit, wiring, and service equipment, and requiring, and complying with the requirements of the Georgia Utility Facility Protection Act. Is that typical?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
And so, because these
Plus all
are,
the energy to
yeah,
run these lines.
because these are likely going to be a different light pole, if there's an accident, obviously we would be looking for the auto insurance of someone to repair it. Someone comes by and breaks it with a rock, it has to be repaired, and so we would be responsible for maintenance or replacement of the bulb. I mean, much like the Riverwalk, we get that on the Riverwalk. They are different
Well,
light
I
poles.
guess one of the things I would request then is, in the future, when you bring something like this to us, even if we have already agreed on the grant, would you just give us the cost, just as information, not, so we won't go through this every time?
Sure, be glad to.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
And we can certainly do that, but
Okay, we have Counselor Woodson.
Wonderful city manager of mine.
I know you're looking for another streetscapes project,
I
and it's
know.
probably
I've
South
been-
Lumpkin Road.
Yes, I've been asking over and over and over, and Gary just asked how we went about getting the street landscape project, and I've asked it several times, so I want to know when you and Mr. Jones are going to get together and say, poor old Councilor Woodson, let's put hers on the map or on the subject to be there. My only reason why I keep saying South Lumpkin Road is because you have the Infantry Museum over there now. You got Oxbow Meadow. You're getting ready to bring Westville. You know, and the way it's done now, it's all taken through all around when people can come just right there and go through. But it's being done because it's not very pretty.
Well, your request has not gone ignored.
Well, it sure
we've
feels
had-
like it.
No, I mean, we've had discussion about it, and so
Okay.
it's on her list. In fact, we're going to do a transportation update tonight if we get to it.
Okay,
And so we've talked about it, it has not gone ignored. You
okay.
just got to get 6 votes when we put it up.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can work on those 6 votes. Because I've been asking this, I think, for about 3 years now, or 2 years. And the whole reason for it is that, you know, we're going to have, Westville gets about 150,000 visitors. You know, you're talking about, you know, ways for people to come in. And then he said, I know that y'all told me once, it's too little.
No,
It's
we-
not
we-
too little.
we-
I got some pictures for you.
It's on a list.
Okay.
And another road for the Infantry Museum, it's also on that list, that cut-through road, so
Well, I don't care about the cut.
we were supposed to get it, bring it before you at the last meeting, and the meeting got long and we delayed it, and so we are going to try and bring it
Okay.
back tonight if it's not too late,
All right.
tonight, before we...
Well, if we leave here and we didn't have time, I want some time because I want to see it.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure,
Can you humor me on that one?
yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we have Counselor Huff.
Speaking of streetscapes, since we have the one on Fort Benning Road, we have some businesses coming in, moving in now, others there. So will we be able to have this type of lighting? Because we're trying to create a walking area for Patriot Point, Harbor Point, the Fort Benning streetscape. Lighting,
Well,
as
we
far as the
can,
lighting
I don't know what kind of lighting, that's why I didn't want to say that we've got in there, but I can tell you that I've asked staff to, in the streetscape project, the 12-foot wide path that we've been talking to the Path Organization, we are trying to include that as part of that Fort Benning streetscape on one side of the road.
Okay.
And so we got to brief you on those things, as we've got to brief you on Martin Luther King, but we've got a lot going on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Lindsay, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I think we do. No. Okay, we
I'll
don't.
make the motion.
Is there a second for approval? All right, seeing that there's no further discussion, the item is queued for electronic voting. And the item passes.
I've got a street acceptance. It's been reviewed by engineering, and we recommend acceptance. That portion of Towns Way located in Section 4 of the Towns at Sonoma Point. We're asking your approval.
Second.
We have a motion and second for approval. Is there any discussion related to this item? Seeing none, you may vote electronically. And it passes.
Asking your approval for a roadside enhancement and beautification grant. It's $32,657 from the Georgia Department of Transportation, and it's for 2nd Avenue and 18th Street. There's no local match required for this.
A motion and second for approval. Is there any discussion related to this item? Seeing none, you may vote electronically. And I think we're missing one vote. Everybody else push again, if you would please, just to make sure that your vote's recorded. Is that, okay, there you go. It needed 9. All right.
Have a right from the start application. If approved, we would accept $140,000. There's no match required, and it's for...
Second.
That's a motion and second for approval. Seeing that there's no discussion, the item is queued for voting. And it passes.
Mayor, I'm going to skip the debt management policy and come back to it. I'd like to go ahead and take the next. There are 7 grants, and they are District Attorney Victim Witness Assistance Program grants, and we want to submit applications for those grants. Each of these grants are for different amounts, and I thought you might want to consider just taking them all together.
Got a motion for approval of submitting all 7 grants. Was that a second, Councilor Allen? Yes, okay, a second. Seeing that there's no discussion, you may vote electronically. And it passes.
And next, I have got the debt management policy. We briefed you on it at the last meeting of council. This is a best practices policy, debt management policy, as recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge or Angelica Alexander, our Finance Director, to come around and introduce Davenport and Company. I want you to meet the financial advisors, the group that works with us, the group that helps us to protect our bond rating. They were here with us today, and we've been on the phone with one of the bond rating agencies today. They are taking another look at us, and I'd like for Deputy City Manager Hodge to, as we ask for your approval on this debt management policy, I'd like for them to make some comments about a few other things that these agencies are looking for when they come, and they are going to relook at us and rate us. And so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Sure.
We, as the city manager stated, we did have a surveillance call with S&P today. It's a routine call that they do every so often when our time comes up. We have used financial advisors for many years. Most of you are probably familiar with Robert Morrison. He has been with us for a number of years. He's joined the firm of Davenport, and so we've also utilized Courtney Rogers, has really assisted Robert with our bond issues that we've done recently and all of our surveillance and reviews by Standard & Poor's and Moody's. So I think it's really important as we go through the debt management policy, and your consideration for that is you also hear from Mr. Rogers about some of the things that bond rating agencies are looking for when they are evaluating us and doing surveillance reviews. So at this time, I'll have Courtney Rogers come forward.
Good evening.
Thanks, Pam. Good evening, everyone, Mayor, members of council. Good to see you again. You might recall I was with you, I think, last fall after the Moody's review, and we talked about fund balance and things like that. And now here we are a few months later, and we've got S&P. As Pam said, part of their duties is once you have a bond rating, as long as the bonds are still outstanding, they periodically have to come back and review you. And so we got the call in late June, and they asked to set up the call, and so here we are. So we went and put together a lot of information because we want to make sure that we're proactive. We want to make sure that they get the best information from us, and not just information that maybe they've seen or heard. And we even had your economic development folks telling about all the great things that have been going on. One of the things we want to talk about tonight is just a reminder. One of the things that they looked at, you might recall with Moody's and now again with S&P, is fund balance. We used a chart like this when we talked last time. That basically, we actually subscribe to Moody's database. And so these are data points that they have for basically AA2, which you're rated by Moody's now, AA1, which you had with Moody's, credits within Georgia, the national medians and the state medians. And we put the last 4 years, including projected 16, fund balance. You'll see back in 13, your fund balance was just north of 20%. It actually fell below your 60-day guideline, which is 16.67%. Back in 14, came up a little bit in 15, but not quite there. But you're projected in 16, I understand, to actually be above that 60-day guideline, back above that 16.67% guideline. And your policy is part of what you're adopting some tonight, but your policy currently in fund balance also has a north end target of 25%. And you had been there several years before that, but due to the economy and things like that, you've dipped down into it. Wanted to show you where the medians are for some of the other governments. And if you look at the lines there, there's not too many that are actually below you. There's a couple like Macon Bibb, and as many of you may know, they've been going through the consolidation, had to really dip into their fund balance to get through to their 20% cut, which they've now adopted. You may have seen in the news for 17. They've actually done what they're supposed to do under their consolidation agreement, and now they're going to be rebuilding that fund balance. We work with them as well. So one of the things that I wanted to remind you is that fund balance is very important, not only to the creditors, if you're ever going out and borrowing money, whether it be on the public side, getting a bond rating, or if we're just doing a small loan with a bank. That's one of the things they look at, is making sure that in tough times you've got some money to fall back on. And the other thing to keep in mind is that it's cash flow. You only collect your revenues, your big revenues really only come in once a year when you're doing your taxes. So you're dipping into this cash flow to make payroll, because you've got payroll that happens every so often throughout the year. This measure that you're seeing is as of June 30th, the end of your fiscal year. But your low point is going to be right before your bills go out, which is generally at the end of September. And as bills go out for taxes, people start paying early, dollars start coming in, and your cash flow comes back up. So that 16.67%, I understand from the finance department, about 14% of that is needed to pay the bills, essentially, throughout the year. The other 2% is roughly your emergency. Some of you may be familiar with when a tornado comes through and you've got to do cleanup, FEMA doesn't pay you immediately. I was just in Augusta last week, and they're still trying to catch up from FEMA for money that they spent in 2014. It's not an overnight process, so you've got to have that emergency funds in addition to your cash flow funds. Otherwise, you've got to go to the bank and you've got to borrow money, and that's a sign of weakness in the eyes of the creditors and the rating agencies. So that's really why it's important. And it's also helpful if you've got projects out there that maybe you need to pre-fund before you have dollars in hand. It's also something that you can use to pre-fund projects, things like that. So hopefully that's helpful. We had some good discussions with S&P today. There are things out there that there are factors, as you recall, with Moody's. One of the things they looked at was you were no longer in their, quote, category fund balance-wise, so that was one of the reasons they dropped us down. S&P has certain things they look at, and we tried to give them as much good data as we could about the economy and things that were going on. Hopefully they'll be able to take that back and come back, and we'll be still in that AA+ rating. At worst, we could see it come down to AA if there's something that they see that maybe is a negative on their side. So, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions if I've spawned any here.
I think maybe just reiterating clearly for the, these folks have heard it a lot, but for the citizens, if we drop below 60 days, that's a negative impact. It could be a negative impact to our credit rating.
It could be. And what that does, of course, means it's going to cost you more when you do have to go to the bond market to procure funds. I know there's been some talk of maybe doing some borrowing for some rolling stock and things like that. And even though we're going to pay it back in just a matter of a few years, it's still going to increase the borrowing rate. So we're trying to keep that as low as possible. Obviously, it means there's more dollars available for other projects, or it keeps the tax rate down. So that is definitely important. The other thing is, if you get it too low and you have to go and borrow that money, that's money going back out the door because you're paying interest to somebody else just to cash flow your operations.
Pam, I have one other question. We have a political promise, not a legal requirement to our citizens, to keep the OLOS separate. There's a reserve for OLOS, and there's a reserve for what we call general fund money, even though OLOS is general fund. So when it comes to operations day-to-day and cash flowing this city, when you exclude the OLOS funds, which we have politically earmarked to be set aside for something else, how many days do we have to cash flow this city?
I don't know that off of the top of my head. I do have that information. I can look that up. But we typically make payroll and those things. We haven't had to go to market and to borrow funds for cash flow at this point, but we're extremely close to that point, and I think we've had that conversation before.
Okay. Well, when you look, why don't you look and see? It seems like it's 40 days, something like that.
My initial response is 38 days, but I just want to verify that.
38 days. Now, we're above, barely, I think we're at 60.2 if we don't have any adjustments to our budget.
That's correct.
But for cash flow purposes, without going into OLOS funds for general operations, we're only at like 38.
That's correct.
Yeah. That doesn't affect, so that you don't faint, Courtney, that doesn't affect the bond companies because they don't distinguish between OLOS and LOS. To them, it's all
Right.
general fund monies.
That's correct. I mean, as long as they look at its flexibility, as long as, at worst, it has to come before you all to make a vote, they look at it as dollars you can as long as it's not restricted, that's the
Right.
dollars we would
Legally
account.
restricted.
That's correct.
Okay.
So Deputy City Manager Hodge, based on where we are with fund balance today, in dollars, do you know the flexibility that we have before it would put us below 60? Is it $1 million? Is it $2 million?
We're right now at 60.21, which is about $100,000 before we go below 60.
So if we spend out of fund balance more than $100,000, it would put us below 60 days.
If it's strictly out of fund balance.
If it's
that's
strictly out of
correct.
fund balance. Okay.
Mayor, if I could also add, one of the things we obviously would like to do is get back to where we were with Moody's. And typically, they like to see a trend of at least 3 years. So once we get back to our fund balance level, and they would probably want to see it even closer to the AA level, it's going to take 3 years before we can get back there, just so everybody knows.
Right. Once you fall down,
minimum.
yeah, once you're downgraded because of fund balance or anything else, it takes years to get back.
It does. They want to see a trend going back, amongst other things that have to be in good
Right.
shape.
Okay.
So, thank you for being here.
Sure.
He was here today for our time with the rating agency, Standard & Poor's, and he was going to be here tonight anyway.
Right.
And so we wanted to take this opportunity, since we have the debt management policy on the agenda, to allow you to hear directly from our financial advisors.
Right.
And
And
so-
Mr. Hughley, I'll add that with S&P in particular, one of the check marks they have is that you have a debt policy in place, and currently we don't, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to bring it forward. We will get credit for it because they haven't gone to committee yet. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to get this in front of you while we were here.
Okay.
So with that, I've got the debt management policy. We briefed you on it last week, and we're asking for your approval.
Got a motion to approve. Is there a second? All right. And it's ready for electronic voting. There we go. And it passes.
And so I do have purchases on my agenda. I've got a 2016 Ford 150 trucks. There's two of them, and they are from Allen Vigil Ford, $25,965 each, and a total for both $51,934, and it's from the Georgia State contract. Asking your approval. These are vehicles that will be used by the Sheriff's Office. They are new vehicles.
Got a motion and second for approval. We'll cue it for voting, and you may vote electronically. It passes.
Got Harley Davidson Road.
Got a motion to approve item B and a second, which is Harley Davidson Road King police motorcycles. Seeing that there's no discussion, you may record your votes electronically. There you go.
Okay.
And it passes. Yes.
Make a motion that we approve C through G with asking the city manager to read each item out.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
I've got emergency cleanup and debris removal. That's an annual contract on an as-needed basis. We have a primary contractor and then a secondary contractor that would help us in the event we need their services on an as-needed basis. Got membership dues for Georgia Municipal Association. Got inmate mugshot system server. It's an upgrade and expansion, and it's $27,595 for the sheriff's mugshot server system. Got authorization for vendor name change on existing contracts. Over the last few months, we've brought 3 or 4 vendor name changes only. When it does not change the contract, it's because they sold to another company, bought it, or just changed the name. And so we want to be able to make those changes administratively if nothing in the contract is going to change. G is a mainframe disk storage and tape storage system maintenance renewal, and it's $116,239.81. Those are the purchases.
All right. We have Councilor Thomas with discussion.
City Manager, I just have a question on the emergency cleanup and debris removal. This is an out-of-town contractor. Was there not anyone locally who bid on that? Was it just those two that bid?
I've got,
Because both of the two that bid that are on our material are from out of town. I was wondering if there were no local companies that bid on that.
yeah. Those were the only
The only
Sure.
ones. And then the company, though, that does our demolition
yes.
is a local company, as I recall, but that's an entirely different operation
That's-
than what we're talking about here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they demo buildings, and this is when we've got trees down and all kind of other stuff going on when there are emergencies, and we don't have the capacity to get in there like we did. And I really want to, I guess it's not the appropriate time, but thank the public works and public safety people for what they did in the Overlook, in the Lake Bottom area, We've gotten all kinds of, we've gotten great response from citizens. They were just amazed at public safety, at public works, and the cleanup efforts. I just wanted to mention that.
So these guys have a high bar to meet to
Yes. And we'll only call them if we can't handle it. And we don't ever know if or when we're going to have a situation like that.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes discussion. The items are queued for, oh wait, hold on a second, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Let's vote. Looks like we're missing one more, maybe Councilor Thomas? Yep, okay, good.
And Madam Mayor, when you start calling names, you get in trouble. Staff's telling me traffic engineering because, let me tell you, traffic signals were out. I was out riding in it just to check everything out, and so I was out there just riding the area, and it was just devastation. But traffic engineering and just city employees, if I felt fire EMS, when I was out there, I mean, we had the fire trucks out, and power lines were down. Georgia Power did an excellent job. I mean, they were there, and so, you know, our people were amazing. With that, I've got a couple of presentations. First, we're going to do the transportation projects update. Shouldn't take that very long, and then we're going to get into the overages that we are experiencing with various departments in FY16. Deputy City Manager Hodge.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll give them just a few minutes to pass out the information. What we've included in your packet is a copy of the presentation. I also have updated the spreadsheet that I provided you in FY16 related to transportation projects and the funding source plan on when those projects we're recommending to be funded. And Councilor Woodson, if you'll notice on page 2 of that, transportation projects, we have under the streetscapes 2 projects. One is South Lumpkin Road and the other is 2nd Avenue. Those have not been funded yet, but will be coming back as we update this plan each year to determine funding for those projects. So it is on our list. I've also included the T-SPLOS discretionary update. That should be a one-page, and we're looking at FY17 tonight, but we've also included a map of the T-SPLOS discretionary that was at your request. And because this map is really hard to read, we've included a booklet of all the projects, and they're listed by district. So the project starts out, the booklet starts out District 1. You'll see the resurfacing projects that were in the resurfacing contract. You'll also see the proposed projects that are in District 1, and then you'll go on to District 2 and the resurfacing, and then any projects for District 2. So we've also tried to identify on the T-SPLOS as well as the transportation what council districts those are in. That has been one of the questions in the past. And then we've also included at the back of the booklet a list of all the streets that were resurfaced out of T-SPLOS discretionary funds. We are going to put this information on our website, and we'll continue to update that and provide that to council so that you have that information available. And what we've come with tonight is our FY17 projects that we're requesting your consideration for approval. And we've identified the funding sources and how these projects are planned to be funded. And I'll just go ahead and start, and we'll walk through those. And if you have any specific questions about a project, we'll be happy to answer those. The summary of this is $16.5 million of transportation projects from various funding sources. The paving fund at $7.8 million, OLOST, the infrastructure at $1.4 million, $400,000 of LMIG program funding from GDOT, T-SPLOS discretionary at $3,765,000. And in that T-SPLOS discretionary, we're wanting to use some of the T-SPLOS discretionary for a match for what's the M230 money, which has now been changed to Z230 money. It was L, now it's M, now it's changing to Z, but it's all GDOT funding through grants that require a 20% match. The first project is the Victory Drive 30th Avenue Signal, projected budget of $150,000, and this will be utilized with LMIG funds, and it's in District 7. We received an allocation from LMIG, from GDOT for LMIG of $1,951,000. We had already gotten approval from council on our FY16 allocation for $1.5 million for the Fortson William Road roundabout, and that was budgeted at 1.5. There's an additional $400,000, so we've added this particular signal project and the next signal project to that LMIG funding that we've been allocated. And this one's at Ada Avenue and Winton Road signal, and that's in District 3. The next project, which we've had many conversations about, is Forest Road. We're needing an additional $1.5 million of funding for the Forest Road project. And you have to remember, with a lot of the road projects, we're estimating, our consultants are estimating the cost of those projects sometimes 5, 7, sometimes even 10 years before the time that we get to construction. And so we're seeing that in this particular project, where we're requiring an additional $1.5 million to do the construction for this particular project. And I wish the Mayor Pro Tem was here to hear that should be bringing back the construction contract for this particular project at the next council meeting. And that is in District 4. The next project, which the city manager mentioned briefly, is a project that we're calling the Infantry Road and the Trail. The Follow Me Trail ends at the north end of this map, and so what we're proposing to do is bring the trail, continue it down, and have a road that leads from Fort Benning over to the roundabout at South Lumpkin, which will then connect to the Riverwalk. And this is one of those connections that, when the Path Foundation made their presentation, was a connection that they felt was important to have those trails connected together. So at the South Lumpkin Road roundabout, you can get to the Riverwalk. So this will connect that all the way to the Riverwalk. And this was also a road that was part of the Infantry Museum project that we did when that property was transferred to the Infantry Museum. And this we're proposing out of the M230 money. This is discretionary, with the match coming from the discretionary, T-SPLOST discretionary, and this is in District 7. Reese Road at Cooper Creek, this is a bridge project at $2.5 million. This project is being split between T-SPLOST discretionary and the paving fund, and it's right on the line between District 1 and District 5. Clarendon Bridge, which we're recommending T-SPLOST discretionary funds. This is in District 1. And I have a few pictures of this particular bridge, and the reason that we feel this should be funded sooner rather than later. You can see some of the supports on this bridge is wood. So this one we're definitely recommending to move forward with. We're also looking at a Steam Mill Road sidewalk concept out of OLOST, and this is in District 1 and District 4. We've had some accidents on this road, and so we really want to look at the feasibility of putting a sidewalk on this particular road. So this is not the construction, this is just a concept feasibility study to determine if a sidewalk and how much it would cost on that particular stretch of Steam Mill Road.
Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Hodge, do you know how long that happens to be? Do you happen to know that?
I do not, but we can definitely get that.
Would it be a couple of miles, you think?
At least.
Because it covers, it easily covers, it covers, that's been my concern and the mayor, lieutenant's concern was that the route that children take. It's also where that lady was hit by that truck that time, through the school bus or something.
So we're talking a couple of miles there, you think? Okay, thank you.
But we can get the specifics. for
I
you.
was just curious if,
Counselor Woodson?
Ms. Hodge, are we gonna now do I always get it wrong. When we
The
construct,
curb,
yes.
the curb and gutter. And we'll look at that when we evaluate this project to determine the cost for having the curb and gutter, which adds cost to redo how the stormwater.
Because if it's an area where children are gonna walk, then you should have the, cutting gutter. But for the simple fact is a car can roll over really easy where a child is. But if it's up, it's gonna still hit them unfortunately, but it gives them at least a little bit more protection.
And I think that's one of the comments that you've made in the past, and so we're planning to come forward with kind of a sidewalk, the curb and gutter, and the pros and cons to both of those to answer some of your questions.
Okay, thank you.
The next project, this is the Follow Me Trail Bridge. So in the Follow Me Trail project, there's a bridge span that goes over Victory Drive. We're needing an additional $1.5 million. We're recommending out of the paving fund for this project. The original concept for that particular bridge had a support beam in the middle of the road, just like it does on the other portion of Victory Drive. GNOT's not allowing us to do that, so it has to be one span that crosses Victory Drive. We have gone out to bid, and the bids did come in much higher, so it requires an additional $1.5 million to complete that connection of that Follow Me Trail Bridge.
Counselor Woodson?
Is that the green pedestrian walk? That was
No.
right there where Millie's Market was? There was one that the kids can, is that it?
Yeah, this
Oh,
is a
this is
new,
a
where the Follow Me
completely new one?
Trail will go
Oh, okay.
across.
So where is this one? I'm confused, I'm trying to picture it.
This is similar to Kellogg's, at the
Gotcha.
Kellogg's location.
Okay, I got it now.
And this is,
Didn't need it.
we do have a concept of what that bridge is intended to look like. And that's to get the pedestrians and the bikes across Victory Drive when they're on the Follow Me Trail.
Okay. Thank you.
The next project is the Martin Luther King Jr. Streetscapes and Trail Project. This will run from 10th Avenue to Buena Vista Road. We're estimating a budget of $3 million from T-Splosh discretionary and from paving fund. There's already previously allocated $1.1 million for resurfacing in the signal at 10th Avenue. And we will be coming back to council with the design options and how we proceed forward. This is just allocating the funding to the MLK streetscapes and the trail for this section of the road. And this will just show you how far the length of that project is. The next project is one of the PATH Foundation projects, the 10th Street Plaza at $1.3 million. We're recommending using M230, which has a 20% match that would come from the T-Splosh discretionary. And this is currently what the 10th Street Plaza looks like. And this was something that the PATH Foundation recommended, that we have an entryway into our Riverwalk area. So just some concepts of what it could potentially look like. And then also to adjust the connection to the Riverwalk at 10th Street to something that's more bike-friendly and pedestrian-friendly.
Counselor Huff?
I heard you mention the PATH Foundation. Is the PATH Foundation involved in the Martin Luther King piece?
Yes, they've been involved in the Martin Luther King as well as all the connections. So this is one of the trail connections that was recommended on the MLK. So we'll
Okay.
add that to our streetscapes
I
project.
didn't hear you mention that name. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next project that we're looking at is the Mott's Green, and this is now that we've done the work for the Frank Martin Bridge as well as the 14th Street roundabout, this really finishes up that section of the Riverwalk right there by the Mott's house. And if any of you came to the dedication ceremony, you could really be familiar with the area we're talking about. There's just a section that really needs some additional attention. The next project is a Flat Rock Beaver Run traffic software. It's 5 intersections in that location. We've had some preliminary discussions with potential vendors about how they can change how our traffic signals are done at those intersections, and not necessarily that they would cycle in the same cycle. It actually monitors the traffic at those locations, and it will be able to change the signals based on the traffic, not on a set timing of signals. We thought this would be a good location. There's a lot of cities that have gone to this type of technology, and we felt that this would be a good location to try to see if this system will help with the traffic in that particular area. And if it is successful, we might consider it in other locations within the city. Other projects related to FY17, we had discussion earlier about the Winton Road streetscapes. We're requesting $400,000 additional funds for the Winton Road streetscapes, and this is particularly due to the fact that when this project began, we anticipated that all of the right-of-way would be donated, and that was not the case. And so these funds would be a supplement to this project because the right-of-way was not donated as we had anticipated. Also, part of this FY17 is continuing of the resurfacing program at $2.3 million, allocating $100,000 of OLOS to park ADA upgrades, $100,000 to sidewalk and ADA upgrades, $100,000 to guardrails, $100,000 to continue the fiber interconnect with all of our signals, and $100,000 additional dollars from T-Splosh discretionary for traffic calming.
Okay, we have a question from Councilor Davis.
Deputy City Manager Hodge, I wanted to go back to the resurfacing. That's $2.3 million for 1 year resurfacing throughout the city, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And how does the administration, with all the data that's been collected and all, how does the administration feel about that number being adequate enough to keep up with the paving needs within our city?
We can always do more. Obviously, there's more projects for resurfacing than funding, but it does allow for an adequate amount of resurfacing. And I'll have to get you how we are, where we're at on our list, and what types of roads we're resurfacing, but we can provide that information back to you and give you a longer plan on the resurfacing.
Well, maybe there's a better time to have a discussion on that, but I think that's a major concern that's on my radar screen, is the resurfacing and keeping up with what we already have. That's pardon the pun, but pavement we already have on the ground. And the need to stay on top of that before it continues to digress and go in the wrong way, or deteriorate and go in the wrong way. So that's why I asked the question: is that enough money? Are we earmarking enough money with all this transportation money to resurface our community and to stay up with the need there? So I would welcome that conversation.
Sure. Okay.
At
and
some
when we
point
do,
in time, and just to understand that a lot better. I get that question quite often, and I know there's only so much to go around, but I think that's a very, very key point to this whole topic of transportation.
right, and a lot of the projects that we have ongoing now also include, when they're widening a road, obviously it's getting resurfaced. So there's a lot of resurfacing that's being done separate from our resurfacing contract, because it's a road project.
Right, and that's, and that's good, but I guess the point is keeping up with what you already have and maintaining that versus expanding
And
further out.
when we
so.
come back to council the next time with the transportation update on where we're at with the ongoing projects, we'll add a piece to talk about the resurfacing program.
Thank you.
Councilor Henderson?
And I didn't want to jump in the middle of your presentation. I had three, while you were doing it, I had three transportation issues I was going to ask about, and I think Donna may be aware of a couple of them. One was, I'd gotten some information from a citizen, I've driven it over, I think it's 10th Street, right there where the new stop signs are, where it's now two-way. Is it 6th Avenue? Well, anyway, it's really hard when cars are parked on that left side
Right.
to see, and we've talked about the possibility of removing a couple of the parking places just to make it a little bit safer. Been a couple of near misses from what I understand over there.
I think there was another one that you had referred that was at 5th and 11th. I believe.
That may be the one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not good with numbers, you know.
Okay.
And the other one,
12th, maybe.
and I don't know if, it may be at the end of your presentation, I thought you were done, but I'd love to hear a little short update on Cherokee. I stay up at night thinking we're going to eventually have the subsurface wash away, and we're going to lose a pretty major corridor where that wall has been compromised. I know we're waiting on FEMA or GEMA, I can't remember which one, but just an update on where we are with getting those, if there's a timeline, and when we're going to be able to kind of shore that thing back up.
Okay.
And,
Donna, if you want to talk about.
Councilor Woodson?
Pam, I know this is like way too early to even consider it, but can you put a little note somewhere? When you were talking about the Follow Me Trail Bridge, I know that road, we decided to call it that, it was voted on and so forth. I was wondering if the bridge itself, just the bridge, could be considered named after Owen Stittsville. And my reason for saying that, he was fighting for South Columbus, I think, for 50 years. And he did a lot of bike riding, and he did a lot of the trails. And I think that will be a great legacy of a gentleman who spent 50 years of his life fighting for the rights of people in an area. Just a little note, because I might get senile and forget, and if it's possible. Sure. Thank you.
All right.
And I only had one more slide, and this map is obviously in your packet in bigger detail just for the citizens at home to see. These are all the T-SPLOST projects, so we've included the bridges, the signals, as well as any of the resurfacing that's been done with T-SPLOST dollars, and we'll continue to update this map, and we'll have that available on the website as well.
All right, Councilor Davis?
These are, well, help me find, I'm looking at it as a missing piece right now, but how about the Waterford Bridge that we talked about a long time ago? That's a key matter of concern as far as public safety vehicles go. I didn't see that on the bridge list. Is that, help me, where is that? Where is it now?
We actually had the contractor look at that at the same time when we came forth with the Edgewood Road Bridge, and it came in a lot higher than we were expecting. So we are looking at a new design to look at a potential fix for that bridge. So we're still working on coming up with a design. The bridge is originally a homemade bridge, so it's not a standard bridge in any shape, form, or fashion.
That'd be the only wooden bridge left in Columbus.
Well, unfortunately, it's not, I don't think. You saw parts of that one you saw earlier were a wooden bridge. Just a side note, I happened to talk to the DOT inspector the other day, and he said he wasn't that concerned about that bridge compared to some of the others. So it makes me nervous, considering the age of some of these structures. But we are still working on that one, and as soon as we come up with another design, then we'll have it ready to go. It'll be included. We're getting ready to put out to bid 3 other bridge projects, and it'll be included with one of those.
So you already have the funding earmarked for it?
We have funding identified. We've got to come up with a design to see if we need additional funding, but yeah, we already have it on our radar.
Thank you.
Okay. The Maricopa Creek Wall, I sent an email to FEMA. What happened is when it became part of the declaration and qualified for the FEMA grants, we had to go back, because we were ready to go to construction on that as well. Had to go back and make sure that all the hoops, you know, when you have additional hoops, when you have federal funding, it's federal funding, but it's been administered through the state, through GEMA. And when we had to go back and we had to make sure that we checked with the state of Georgia and the Corps of Engineers for wetlands permits, stream bank permits, stream bank buffers, and we have all of ours in place. But because of the age of the wall, it's over 50 years old, they wanted to send it to SHPO, which is the State Historic Preservation Office, to make sure it didn't have some kind of historic significance. And that's what I'm waiting to hear. So I sent him an email this week, and he said he thought we would be getting that information soon. But we're ready to go to bid as soon as we get the clearance from them.
Anything else, Pam, on transportation? No. Let me ask you a question before you move on. Before we start getting emails and Facebook posts from people who say, I saw that you were spending $100,000 on a sidewalk. Can we have more equipment in my department? Or can we have raises or go toward insurance? Can you please explain to the citizens the nature of this money and whether it could be used to cover operating expenses?
Sure. There are different funding sources that we've identified for each one of the projects. I'll start with the GDOT funds. Those are strictly for transportation projects and must qualify as a transportation project, and that would include the M230 as well as the LMIG. The T-SPLOST discretionary is transportation, special purpose local option sales tax, and that is strictly for transportation-related items. The OLOST is from the 30% transportation allocation, so that has been restricted by council for those purposes. The paving fund could be used for operations of the paving fund specifically, nothing else. So it needs to go to road-related projects. So these are all funding sources dedicated for transportation purposes and not for general operations of the city.
All right, great, thank you. Let's see, Councilor Woodson has a question.
And it's not necessary on that, but Deputy City Manager, can you check this weekend? I rode down by BTW, and I know that we were cleaning up all the debris, but I noticed, I don't know if that's Fifth Avenue right there, but it's right, here's 4th Street where BTW was in that road right there. I noticed, I was showing someone the area, I noticed there was a tree hanging on the wires. And I don't know if that one was noticed or picked up, and I meant to call and I forgot. And when you were giving the presentation, it just popped to my mind. It's right there, like, there's BTW in the corner, right next to it, right there.
I'll have them write the area.
Okay.
Look for it.
Thank you. It's blocked, so it's not going to hurt anybody, but I don't know if it'll cause power to go out.
Sure.
Or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's all blocked in.
All right, great.
And the last item will be presented by Deputy City Manager Hodge, and it's for FY16 budget overages. And so I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Sure. So as we're going through our year-end audit process, we do have departments that we've identified as being over budget that has not already come to council and explained their situation. So at this time, we want to bring those back to you and give you an update on those departments. There are 5 departments or offices that are currently over budget. This is information through July 21st. We are still in the middle of our audit process, so there could be additional expenditures that have not been submitted to us that we're unaware of that would also impact this information, not just for these departments, but for other departments. They are supposed to have that information to us already, but we do have sometimes payables that come in August or September that we have to accrue back as a payable to FY16. So this is what we know to date. The 5 departments is the State Court Solicitor's Office, Public Works Integrated Waste, the Marshal's Office, Clerk of Superior Court, and the Sheriff's Office. And I'll just walk through those individually. Some of the offices are here and can respond after each of the presentation. So for the state court solicitor, currently over budget by $17,728.84, and I've tried to identify those areas where the reason that they've gone over budget. They had a vacation payout of a long-term employee that they obviously didn't have time to plan for. It happened at the end of May, and so that vacation payout hit their budget. There was also a state mandated pay adjustment that had to be absorbed within their budget, and that was really the differences for the state court solicitor's office. Otherwise, was within budget. This can partially be covered by the state court judge's budget, but the remainder would have to come from fund balance. And I know Suzanne Goddard, the state court solicitor, is here if you have specific questions of her, or if she wants to make any comments as well.
We have Counselor Thomas.
Ms. Hodge, do we know how much can be covered by the state court judges?
Only about 2,000 or 3,000 that can be covered within the state
So
court
we're looking at about
function.
15,000 overage here?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a comment?
This was something that happened before I knew it was going to happen with the long-term retiree, Linda Crow. She'd been there 43 years, and it was kind of confusing. I thought that I had kind of planned for it, but not in the right year. But I've been able to, I rehired somebody for her position. And Ms. Crow made $52,670, and the new rehire salaries $45,417. So hopefully, and I've also got a part-time position, which for the month of June I might have saved about $1,600. But in the course of the next couple of years, that would make up, and this would hopefully never happen again. It'd be taken care of and covered. It was just one of those kind of unexpected things for me.
All right, no questions? Thank you.
Okay, I just ask you that you approve the, the extended budget. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, what's the process here?
Well, I think, first of all, I want to remind you as we go through these, if it comes from fund balance, what that is going to mean for fund balance. And I don't know what the options are, but I heard what the state court solicitor just said, and Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge would have to advise us. It sounds like the rest of what the judges couldn't cover could be covered if you advanced it or took it out of the 17 budget, based on the fact that she had budgeted $52,000 and the new person is at $45,000. I don't know if we want to get into that, but that would pretty much cover, get close to covering her overage.
Why don't we see if this is good with the city, Mr. City Attorney and the rest of council. Why don't we walk through this, see what the Deputy City Manager's proposals are, if council has different direction, or if there's debate and discussion to be had, then we will hear that, see if there's a consensus, and come back with a budget amendment. We're going to have a budget amendment, aren't we? So there'll have to actually be a written ordinance, which will have to be on first read and second read.
Yeah, and your discussion will help us know what to put in.
Right,
That
Councilor
budget
Thomas?
amendment.
So we are not expected to take any action tonight, is that what you're saying?
Well,
We don't have to take it tonight, do we?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, no action is required to amend the budget tonight, but for this case, the expenditure's already been incurred. The person retired, they received their vacation payout. So the expenditure has already been incurred. In some of the other offices, the invoices have not been processed yet, so we would need permission from council to exceed their allocated budget in order to process those invoices.
And you need that permission tonight?
If council wishes to provide us that permission tonight, that's
Well-
correct.
well,
In
I-
order for us to process those invoices and make payment to the vendor, we would make a entry as an accounts payable transaction so that we know that that invoice is payable, but we would need council's authorization to actually make the payment.
Do you intend to give us a recommendation for what action we need to take on each one of these?
I will give you options that you can consider for each one of these. All of these transactions will impact FY16, will impact FY16 fund balance, because the expenditure was incurred in FY16 and therefore it must be reported as an FY16 expenditure, which impacts fund balance. So whether you make adjustments in FY17 or do something different in FY17, it will not change the impact to FY16. Because the expenditure's already been incurred or the services have been provided.
So let me ask, if I may, so, and I understand what you're saying about 16, and then 17 is 17. So could we not take, for example, $7,000 from the state court solicitor's budget from 17 and move it to fund balance?
In 17, and that would impact and make that adjustment in FY17, but it will not change the impact in 16.
I understand, but we will know that those dollars were
Are being
replenished
recovered in
and our
17.
fund balance is okay.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the question I'm asking.
Go through that again, Mr. City Manager.
Well, I was just saying, I understand that we can't, it's going to have to impact 16. But knowing that a person retired at 52 and she's paying them 45, there's a $7,000 opportunity there, that we go ahead and move that $7,000 from the 17 budget and make it available to fund balance to replenish what we had to pay out in 16. So 16 will be down, but we will know that we've got money out of 17 to replenish, and we're okay.
Okay, let me see if this is what you're saying.
I want you to
We're
explain
gonna
what I just
take-
said.
And these numbers are ballpark, okay, just for example. We're going to take $7,000 out of the 2016 fund balance and pay this. And then we're going to take $7,000 out of the 17 budget for the solicitor and put it back in the fund balance over here.
It replenishes fund balance, but it crosses fiscal years. So it will be lowered, fund balance would be lowered in FY16, but recouped in FY17, which is a
Okay.
new reporting
Let me-
period.
Before we get too far afield, and I'm sorry it's so confusing, but I think we need to make a correction. First of all, we do need to give Pam, to the extent that council authorizes the staff to write a check, which is currently locally unlawful because it violates an ordinance this council passed, to have a certain budget, and these invoices have come in over budget. So no staff member has the authority to pay a bill that exceeds the budget, and so council has to provide for those funds. So that's one thing. The other discussion is, as for elected officials, it's not recommended that you reduce their FY17 budget because it has been passed. When that has been done in the past, it was done before it was passed. It was done before it was passed. So once it's passed, though there could be savings, as you've just heard the solicitor state, she intends to have savings, and in practice, that is going to replenish the mathematical passing of the budget and amending of the budget for an elected official should not be done. So we appreciate the solicitor's statement and hope to hold her to that, that it will come in less and we'll be able to replenish our fund balance, because this puts the whole city, frankly, and our credit rating at jeopardy when we come in over budget like this, when departments or offices come in. Now, as for departments, ding away once it's passed. Okay? Councilor Woodson.
Just want to clarify something. in the analogy that was just made, and based on the gentleman that was there, that was standing there before, so that means that we're going to go below the 60 days in the fund balance. Is that correct? So that will hurt us if we needed to borrow money because the rating would then go down.
Well, at this point, we don't know if the rating is going to go down, and fund balance is one of the things that is obviously heavily rated by the rating agencies, but if we were downgraded, it would, has several implications. One is it costs us more when we go to market to borrow, but you also have to remember the cash flow side of the fund balance. It's as equally important as
But what my
interest
concern is why we're saying, and I just want to have a clear understanding, why we're saying that we can take it from the 2017 budget and pay it back to 2006. It's still going to affect our rating in 2016, regardless if we put the money back, because we had taken it from, because it was not available in 2016, so that will cause the rating to go down.
It could, because it demonstrates we're so close to 60 days and that we don't have offices or departments that will stay within lawfully passed budgets. So it's scored against the city when people can't stay within their budget.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
I'm
but
not-
that's why, that's what they're looking at. They're not
Yeah.
looking at the things you're looking at. They're looking at whether we maintain 60 days, and when we set a budget, whether that budget's being met. And when it's not being met, that looks like it's less than fiscally responsible.
I understand that, but that's not, I'm not picking departments or nothing. I'm just trying to understand, because there's like 5 or 6 departments that are, over budget. And 5 or 6 departments, we're going to, those that we can take from, we're going to take from the 2017 to pay it back. I know there's one that we can't do that we're going to have to, go into the fund balance because we have no other choice. Our hands are tied. So what I want to know is, in doing that, in order to meet our obligation to the merchants out there, it sounds to me that we're going to be below the 60 days, which is going to hurt us as part of the process, or could hurt us in the part of the process for any bonds in the future or borrowing money. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking particularly the different departments, I'm asking as a whole, because you mentioned 5 departments.
As a whole, if we drop below the 60 days, then that impacts us.
And then it'll take us 3 years to get back to where we can borrow the money.
That's
Okay,
borrow at
that's what I
a
wanted
lower
to
rate.
get. That's
And-
what I want to get a clear
And
understanding.
this discussion really should have taken place prior to the end of the fiscal year, because what we've requested from all departments and offices is if they have some extraordinary expenditure that they feel is going to impact their budget, council should be made aware of that prior to them exceeding their budget, which you've seen. Public Works for facilities came to you and talked about facilities and the issues that they were having. And so that was the expectation, is to come to council prior to going over budget. These are departments who, at the end of the fiscal year, have now gone over budget. So the timing is a little odd on this particular presentation.
Okay, I'm clear now. I just want to make sure I understood it.
All right, Pam, proceed.
Sure. The next department is Public Works Integrated Waste, and you know that Integrated Waste is a separate fund, not part of the general fund, over budget in Integrated Waste by $140,000. 2 items in particular, which you've had many discussions about Integrated Waste. The overtime and the temporary employees for the collection division is over budget, and auto parts and supplies for the garbage trucks. But they did have fuel savings that offset a majority of that overage from the fuel savings as well as other divisions within the Integrated Waste Fund. So the net impact and the net overage, which could have been much higher just specifically from the auto parts and supplies, net is $140,000. and this can be absorbed in the integrated waste fund, although it will impact the long term of the integrated waste fund going forward for landfill closure and post-closure, but this overage will be absorbed within the integrated waste fund for this fiscal year. I don't know Ron, if you wanted to make any comments.
The main issue, of course, was the garbage trucks. We spent a little over $1.5 million on keeping the trucks rolling. And even with that, we were not successful in keeping them all on the street as we needed, which ate into our overtime. We came to council a while back, or Pat did, and asked to start using temporary drivers. You allowed us to do that, but there was no funding set aside for that, so we pulled their salaries out of our overtime budget as well. Now, FY17 has given us $150,000, I believe, for the temporary drivers, which helps out because us drivers, we call as needed. They don't get city benefits. They're just working usually less than 30 hours a week. So that should help out quite a bit. The $2 that was passed by council will help us to move forward with getting some new trucks. So hopefully we won't spend, or you'll see our budget reduced as far as the amount of maintenance that we spend on the vehicles. Those two things were the main causes of why we went over this year.
The next office is the Marshal's office.
Did you talk about the proposed solutions, Pam, on that one? That comes from other funding that was set aside, reserved?
It's within the integrated waste fund.
Okay,
Yes.
so it doesn't come from our general fund reserve?
No.
And they were actually at council beforehand?
As part of their,
So it's a wash? Is that, Councilor Davis is asking, is it a wash then? Because it comes from other monies they had set aside.
yes, in the integrated waste fund.
So it does not hit general fund reserve. And I just
No.
wanted to say, they did come to council before.
We've had multiple discussions about
Yes,
the
so this
issues
is,
with
I mean, I'm
integrated
not,
waste.
maybe this particular dollar amount it ended up being, but I didn't want to leave Ron or certainly Pat with the impression that we didn't remember that you've been to council on many occasions to talk about these various issues, so.
Is the 8,000 impacting
Hold on a second.
so
That was the one, that was the other one.
Is that going to impact then the budget, correct?
Councilor Whitson is asking that on the state court solicitor, I believe it is a total of 17,000 and only 2,000 to 3,000 can be covered from overages related to that, or related divisions of that department or that office?
Right. The state court is made up of state court judges. They have a separate budget, and the state court solicitor has a separate budget. The state court judges did came under budget, which allows for that to cover the overage of the state court solicitor's office, but only a small amount of that.
That's going to come from the budget.
But the 15,000 net, let's say roughly, will come from general fund.
That's correct.
So if we started at 100, given your estimate a minute ago, now we're at 85,000.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what I was asking.
So moving on, the next is the Marshal's office, over budget by $9,156.78. The majority of the overage was related to the fact that the Marshal's office chose to maintain one of the 3 deputy positions that was unfunded by council in FY16. They did transfer funding from bailiffs, closing allowance, and operating expenses to cover the cost of that, which then had the overages come in for those items where they transferred funds from. And just a reminder, the payment and compensation of personnel is subject to council approval for the Marshal's office. And for information purposes, one bailiff is less costly than a full-time deputy by almost $10,000. This is just the information to show where they're over $3,534 in personnel and $5,621 in operating But again, there was $17,000 from operating that was moved to personnel to cover that one position, which in turn was where the overage came from in the operating.
Okay. We got, yeah, put
Yes,
that
ma'am.
back up, Pam. And also, Mr. City Attorney, I don't know if you have to speak to this, but as it relates to the marshal's office, because of the local ordinance that provides for the creation of the marshal's office as amended, this council controls the salary of the individual marshal's deputies.
That's correct. The local legislation that created the office says that this council controls the salaries, compensation of those personnel.
So if the marshal's not otherwise managing the budget so as to cover the full thing, then he's basically has not followed council's direction related to the salary of his 3 marshal's deputies. I mean, because
Well-
3 of them were defunded, right? And one's been maintained.
Is that
correct?
3?
That's correct.
Correct, right. Well, that's not following the direction on the funding of personnel and the payment and compensation.
Why are we paying?
You've got the discretion not to. But that's what we're talking about. The reality is that, if something like this was going to be done, it would be arguable that it could be done. But if it was going to be done, the budget would have to be managed in whatever way to cover it fully, because council has not appropriated for these 3 positions, and one has been maintained. And that's why the overage. So we've got a couple of counselors. We've got Counselor Huff.
Yes, I'd like to request the marshal to come. He did make a phone call. His mother is very, very ill, and he's out of town with her. And I'd like to ask that we hold this until we can get him here to answer these questions in person.
Sure, and he had indicated that he was coming, so
He did.
I did
He
not
did.
know that
His
he
mother's
had
very
an
ill.
issue.
Okay. Counselor Davis?
Well, I just want to back up and get this right, okay? So there was an unfunded position that the marshal chose to go ahead and fund, and there's a policy on the books
A law.
that was clearly violated.
There's a policy on the books that allows this council to set the salaries of the deputies.
So it was violated.
Right. It was maintained, right?
And what controls are in place with Human Resources or the Finance Department where you just cut the funding off? If that's the case, if it's not being done according to policy.
The funding was cut, but what would be required from the marshal's office is they would have to terminate, lay off one individual, and they had not provided that type of information on which position would no longer be unfunded. What they chose to do was transfer funds within their budget to cover the cost of that position.
But it didn't fully cover it.
Yes, it didn't fully cover it.
And then they didn't make enough operational costs to cover the full expense of maintaining that which council expressly did not fund.
That's correct.
Well, I don't think any were going to be laid off. I think there were vacancies at the police department.
Right, and they were
that
going to be given
would
the
have been-
opportunity
yeah,
of
That's correct.
first right to work at the police department, correct?
Right.
And let me reverse the scenario. If you have unfunded positions, the same thing, unfunded or funded positions that are not being filled, and you choose to use that money on operations or something different, is that not the same context of what we're talking about? It's just a violation in reverse. Then I go back to saying the policy, what controls are put in place to keep that from happening?
Right. Well, it's
I mean, that's a
difficult.
management issue.
What we're struggling with is that it's difficult when it's an elected official. If this was a department head, then the department head would be fired. And we cannot fire an elected official. And so that is the difficulty that we're in. And so we just have to work through it as best we can, and hopefully, Councilor Huff has asked that the marshal come and hopefully impress upon him that we would like for him to abide by the law and actually abide by the budget, which is a law because it's ordinance. and it's
Mayor, it
passed.
just seems to me, and over the years, we've been working through this, and it's actually becoming very irritating. I mean, and becoming very clear from an overall perspective of management. It's mismanagement. And I ask the question again on policies and procedures of this government should be mirrored across the board. All departments, even offices and departments, elected officials, the policies and procedures are put in place for a reason. And it's there for not only transparency, but controls and accountability and keeping people accountable for physical, financial management of their operations. That's what it's there for.
Right.
And if it's not happening, then I guess what I'm asking is, what are we doing to find a solution to keep that from happening? And that goes across the board. It goes across the board, even with whether it's RFPs, a procurement process, or
Right.
contracts, all the way across the board.
Right.
You know, the citizens, this is fiscal responsibility. The citizens would demand
Right.
the clarity and transparency of where these policies and procedures are in place.
Right.
And if we're failing there, then we need to find a solution today.
Yes. And we do, and a lot of this is gray area because frankly, 99.9% of the time, people cooperate and they try to abide by the laws that are passed by the council that governs the authority. And so we just have a situation here that we're going to have to figure out. So there's not a lot of law on a council having to enforce their budget against an elected official who's defying the budget. And that's where we are. That's where we are.
Like a game.
It's a tough circumstance. Let's see, Counselor Thomas.
I heard Ms. Hodge say that the marshal had planned to be here tonight, and I heard Counselor Huff say that because of family illness, he cannot be. I'm going to request that we not have this conversation until the marshal can be here. I believe he'll be here whenever he can, and I just would feel more comfortable, I think, having this conversation with him in the room and with him able to participate. So I'd ask that we move on to the next item.
Okay. Counselor Woodson, is that okay? You're in queue.
Yeah, I was just going to ask something else, but that's fine.
Okay. All right, Pam?
I will bring the
I
marshal's
wanna
office
talk-
back
Oh, wait,
in
hold on,
the
Counselor Woodson.
next meeting.
Pam, or city attorney, I'm not sure who can answer this. This really concerns me, what's occurring and what I'm hearing this evening. And I wanted to know, is there anything that we can do where we can, anytime a department goes over budget, that we can go in there and audit that department to see where the funding is going that we allocated? And I say that because it really upsets me. I'm very upset right now that we have people that come before us and tell us they really, really need this money. And we listen to their stories, and we go ahead and add it to the budget, and then we're sitting here knowing that that money that was added to help them for what they came here for is being used for something else. There's got to be a way. I don't know if we can legally have their merchant send us a copy of their stuff. I'm not sure if, I'm with Councilor Glenn Davis. There's got to be something, because that's a sense of disrespect of an authority. You know, if we budget something and we hear your cry and we answer, and then you go do something else, I have a problem with that. There's got to be something that this, and I don't know what homework you have to do, city attorney, but
We've already done a lot of research on that point. You have full authority as the council. You are the county governing authority. You have full authority to audit the books of any department, including an elected official or constitutional elected officer, with the internal auditor that you supervise, or we have a contract with an external auditor every year. You can ask them to go in and audit on a periodic basis, or any kind of time period basis you want to set up, but you have total authority under the law to send in an auditor, whether it's your internal auditor or external, to any department.
Okay, Pam, right now, this isn't the time and place to discuss it because we ought to hear more and it's time to go. But I want you to put in as a note for us to look at ways that if we can contact the merchant and say, this is how much they have, how often we can do an audit to make sure that they're staying within budget. And if they're not staying within budget, they can't transfer money. They have to come to us before they transfer money. Because this is ridiculous. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, and just to comment too, when we come to council, we provide you with an expenditure report just specifically for the general fund of departments and as a percentage of budget of how much they've spent at the end of each month, and identify those that are tracking higher than just the percentage of number of months divided by 12. But what's happened is in these particular cases at the end of the fiscal year, they could have been on June 30th within budget. But that doesn't take into consideration that at the end of the month, we process the fuel that they've used for that month. We've processed the auto parts and supplies. We've processed any postage that's used, cell phones, copiers, all those internal services that we provide. Those expenditures are processed after the end of the month. And so in a lot of cases, and in this particular one, once those transactions were processed, that caused them to go over budget. So from a percentage of budget spent at the end of each month, they could be tracking on target. But when they're not submitting all their invoices to us, so we're looking at the big picture, and they're supposed to be tracking their budget specific to their office. And so when it comes to council after the fact, at this point, they've used the fuel, they've used the fleet shop, they've used the copier, they've used the cell phones. So we have to pay for those services that's already been provided. They've used the fuel. So this happens after the fact.
Well, we got to try to find a way to stop that from happening after the fact. Because apparently they don't, whoever, I'm not pointing no fingers at no one, I'm just talking in general. Whoever is not working with us, and know that we're in a budget constraint, and know that this is not us Tim's money here, this is our taxpayers' money.
Let me just clarify, because I'm getting a note, and I'm sorry I did not recall, but we did get an email from a representative with the marshal's office that said he would not appear at council. This was this afternoon, that he would only respond to our questions in writing. So is that now being retracted, that he would come? Because we do have an email saying he won't come, he'll only respond to our questions in writing.
I got a phone call shortly before the meeting, said that he would try to be here, but he sent that message while worrying about his mother and everything, and he's trying to get to her, so I think he will be here next time.
Okay. All right.
And I didn't get that email, so
It came in,
apologize,
but
I
it was
didn't.
lawyer talk. His lawyer wrote us and told us he wouldn't come.
Okay. So let's move on to the Clerk of Superior Court. Over budget by $12,709.79, and I've included both the Clerk of Superior Court and BOE. The object codes that are over budget that make up that difference were things like the equipment rental, postage, recording and archiving services, office supplies, and the BOE, which is a required travel requirement of $4,300. So those were some of the key areas that were over budget, and obviously those amounts exceed the total of over budget, so there were other items that came in under budget that offset the majority of those overages, but it still resulted in an overage of $12,709. Those can be covered within other functions of the Superior Court's office, including the judges and the district attorney that came in under budget. So that can be covered with the Superior Court function. And I know Linda Pierce had sent an email to council saying that she would not be here today and outlined some of her concerns. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Not this time, no.
Okay. The last one is the sheriff's office, and this anticipated overage of what we are aware of today is $852,613. Just some observations, again, in the sheriff's office, as it's a much larger budget. Gap time personnel payments are still taking place of about $425,000 out of the total overtime that was spent of $480,000. Payment, as you know, of gap time is not required by federal law, and gap time has been eliminated from the police department and from MCP. Another item, just observation, the rapid resolution program, when it was implemented, did shift some expenditures and budget from the sheriff's office to fund that program with the anticipated savings that we would see at the jail, and that has not taken place. There weren't any changes in staffing at the jail for any of those positions, despite the fact that we saw a 7% decrease in inmate population. Another item is offering the staff meals free at the jail, which is an expenditure of almost $60,000. That's close to an $800,000 potential savings in the sheriff's office. Just some additional comments. Withholding of invoices, payment for outside medical has only been processed through September of 2015. Excuse me. So we're lacking the last 3 quarters of the fiscal year, which we're estimating at $162,000, and this is in violation of the contract that we have.
Pam, are those, you say in violation of the contract, I mean, that means that invoices for services rendered in October, November, and December were not forwarded
That's correct.
to be paid.
That's correct.
And did you talk with CHC and ask them if they knew they were withholding invoices? What was their
Yes, we
response?
did have a conversation with CHC, and we have not heard back from them about whether they were submitted or not submitted. They have not responded back to us after our conversation with them.
But in the first conversation, they said that they did not know of invoices that were
That's
being
correct.
withheld.
That's correct. They did not know.
Okay. All right.
Other concerns is known contractual obligations are not encumbered, so the money's not set aside, so first monies can be spent on other things, so the contracts are not encumbered for the total amount. Potential savings could be seen from competitively bidding those contracts. Specifically, the pharmaceuticals has not been bid. We do see a shortfall in medical, partly due to the fact that there were funds transferred out of medical to cover other expenditures and other discretionary items. And again, no personnel changes, even though we've seen a decline in the inmate population, and we've had 26 additional positions added to the sheriff's office since FY 2010.
Pam, will you say that there's a decline in inmate population? What are you basing that on?
I've got a slide
Okay, all right.
with that information, and I'll go to that. This is just outlining the transfers that were made out of medical of $51,000 to other items for education and training and admin, travel, operating materials for operations over the fiscal year. This is the inmate population that is generated weekly to show that the inmate population has declined over the last 2 years. You look at June of 14, we're at, and this is at a given point in time, 1,231. July 18th, the last report was 1,031. So we have seen a decline on that census report, as well as the average meals that were served to inmates confirm that population trend. When we looked at FY15 meals that were served to inmates compared to FY16, we're seeing that same trend. And there are what we feel are opportunities for analysis. There is a positive impact from RRI. Part of that we're seeing with the decline in the inmate population, as well as the meals. We're seeing that right around that same amount, 6.91% decline. The wing at the jail was closed, as you've been told, and we're also seeing expenses down for electricity and natural gas. Some things that were not easily to explain. We saw increases in medical and pharmaceuticals, which seems kind of an odd thing, which we feel that there should be some analysis done with that. Despite fewer inmates, we're seeing an increase, an average of about $16,000 per quarter. Pharmaceuticals are gone up about 10%, and we feel that that's something that should be looked at, that we need to bid out that process. And the water expense is up compared to FY15, which seems odd with the reduction in inmates. So we feel that that's something that requires additional analysis. These are the anticipated expenditures. Some of those have been put into the system, so we're able to pull those information. Some we've estimated because we are just looking at prior quarters, and that would be inmate food, the June bill for New Horizons, 6 weeks of pharmacy, the outside medical for the last 3 quarters of the fiscal year, June purchasing card transactions, and there's some miscellaneous expenditures for advanced disposal, Taylor County Sheriff's Office, CB&T fees, and then the containers by Reeves, for a total of $516,000. Those are the invoices that we know are out there that need to be processed. There could be more. So where we're at the end of the fiscal year to date, which was again through July 21st, with a current budget of $27.6 million, projected expenditures at $28.5, and that's the overage of $852,000. Without the transfer for medical, there's just a note, if the transfer hadn't have taken place, the overage for medical would have been at $263,000. This is just a historical picture of the overage in the Sheriff's Office since FY09, and you can see that the majority is related to non-medical type functions as opposed to medical. Inmate medical is an expense to the city, but for the overage is really the majority of those overages over that last 8-year period has been from non-medical type expenditures.
So Pam, for this year, if I'm reading this right, so the green is non-medical or other operating expenses, and 70% of this year's overage is not related to medical costs. Is that correct?
That's correct. So then, just to recap, the budget at $27 million, anticipated expenditures, and again, there could be additional expenditures that have not been keyed into the system, at $28.5 million, leaving an over budget of $852,000. And I just wanted to make a note that the Sheriff's Office does receive funding from other sources, forfeiture funds, SCAP funds, the inmate commissary funds, which could be used for budget relief where it's appropriate. Those funds are restricted for specific purposes, but where they could be used, they are available to be used. Options to cover overages, and based on the conversation, the second option obviously comes off the table to reduce the budget for next year. So it's 2.03 days out of fund balance. And so that's, I guess, the option is to cover that out of fund balance. The other options are not options. And I believe the sheriff's here. He has a presentation that he's prepared to give to council.
Sheriff?
Good evening. Of course, you know, I was asked to come before the council this evening in reference to the budget shortfalls for the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office in FY16. And of course, this is going to be just a presentation on that. Go to the next one, Jim. Why are we here? I was sent an email from Ms. Alexander to come before council to basically discuss some of the shortfalls that we have. And as you can see, I'm not going to read everything out to you as far as the insufficient. As you know, there are insufficient funds in the medical unit. We have not maintained sufficient funds to meet requirements of the upcoming payroll, is what was being declaimed, and then the city manager has directed that add you to his agenda to appear before council. So that's what we're here for. And why are we here? I could say that I was requested to appear before council by the city manager and finance director to address shortfalls in the FY16 budget for the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office. Although this response might be the answer for the immediate question, it does not address the chronic underlying cause of the budget shortfalls in the Sheriff's Office, which is inadequate funding. I'm here today as requested to participate in the process to address these issues and to voice my concerns as to their impact on the health, safety, and welfare not only of the citizens of Muskogee County, but of the fine men and women of the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office who put themselves in harm's way in service to the public every day. This is why I'm here today for them. Next one, Jim. A couple of areas that we wanted to kind of focus on today, of course, is, as you can see in the handout before you, inmate medical service, inmate outside medical service, the bailiff line item, and the overtime pay for sworn personnel. We got here because of inadequate funding, and that's period. That's the problem we've got. It's not lack of management, mismanagement, or anything. It's inadequate funding. We got here today because the process is somewhat broken. I came before you with a budget request based on historical data and the judgment of experienced law enforcement officers within the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office. I've explained the duties mandated by the law of the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office and showed an extensive video that we all saw last year of these duties. I requested an appropriation reasonable and necessary to fulfill those duties. Yet, the council appropriated amounts recommended by the mayor, the city manager, and the finance director, whose numbers are omitted at times arbitrarily and not based on historical data. As you will see later, to use the words one councilor said during one of the presentations, this is crazy, and this is how we got here. So I'm here today to address those budget shortfalls, as specifically instructed, medical expenses such as the inmate pharmaceutical cost, the outside medical service, the bailiff, and of course the overtime pay for sworn personnel. Next one, Jeremy. The first slide you're going to see is the inmate pharmaceutical costs. As you see, we only went down to 15. And of course, in budget, FY15 adopted budget was, as you can see, 791, and then when the actuals all came in, it was 899, 821. That was a shortfall of 108. Of course, now this is the budget we're talking about now, FY16. It was budgeted, as you can see, 798, 910. Now, all the invoices, as you can see, actual invoices and credits received through June 30th of 16 is over $1 million. So there's a shortfall of $221,000. Now, at the end of the day, I have the opportunity to explain to a lot of people in this community when I'm only given $798,000 for pharmaceuticals and it's $1 million and we have a shortfall of $200-something thousand. That is not a management problem. We try to do everything within the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office to keep our inmate population down. I'll address that later on as far as the inmate population and the $450,000 that you took out of the budget for the rapid resolution. But now we have a shortfall of $221,610 just in this year on pharmaceutical costs of the invoices we have. Next one, Jeremy.
Sheriff, before you go on, have you bid out the pharmacy contract you have?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Would you be willing to do that?
Oh, most definitely. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, we've asked, I know, in years past, I just wonder why, because that would be a management tool, for instance, bidding out to see what's competitive.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe they're extremely competitive, maybe they're not, but that would be a management tool that would allow you to know if these prices are even competitive.
I have reached out to other people as far as the cost, and I think what you see, really what the cost is when you talk about a group or big, Diamond Pharmaceuticals was the biggest one in the country. It's one of the top as far as pharmaceuticals that provide. But even if you go to a local pharmaceutical or pharmacist that buys in groups of pharmacists, the cost of the medication is really not the issue. It's all pretty competitive. You know, you might can get some a little bit cheaper, some it's not. What you have though is when you deliver is what the major cost is when we get is the delivery of that and packaging of the pharmaceuticals is our biggest cost. And most local, if you were talking to on a local level, they can't do that because they can't cover that cost of packaging it. And of course, everybody in this room knows, and I think everybody who's watching at home knows, is one of the biggest problems we've had. And I had a note here that between, of course, since July 13 of 2013, the cost of over 1,200 generic medications has increased over 400%. We majorly use generic medication at the county jail. What we're facing at the county jail over the last few years is what everybody's dealing with, a rising cost of pharmaceutical costs. But yes, ma'am, I mean...
Because we did bid ours out, and it did save us $1 million. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, then you'll commit to bid out the pharmaceutical cost for the jail, and you can do that, of course, through our finance department. They know how to do that, can work with you, but if it can be bid out, I think that would be helpful.
Well, I think what we're going to explore is even what you had talked about, and when we talked about council, we just used a new vendor for the wellness center.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk with the vendor, with them, to see what we can get as far as the prices.
And how about, I know we did an audit a while back related to some issues with the clinic, and found some issues related to inventory control of pharmaceuticals. You know, narcotics box at that time wasn't locked, and nobody knew where the key was, and that kind of thing. And so how about an audit of just the pharmaceutical aspect of the jail? Because that, you never know. I mean, where you might find inventories off, or inventories might help, or something to that effect. Would you be willing to have an audit of the pharmaceutical
I have no problem with
receipt
that.
and distribution, inventory
Yes, ma'am.
maintenance of the...
I have no problem with that. Next slide, Jimmy. Okay, no, go back to one. I
Yes.
apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager.
Sheriff, do you know if you have an exit clause in your contract for pharmaceuticals?
No, do not.
You don't?
No, sir.
How long is the contract?
It is...
I mean, when I say exit, I mean...
Notice, as far as I know, we do not have to give them notice on
Oh,
that.
okay,
I do
so
not
you
believe
can-
so. I will double check on
Okay.
that, but I do not think there is a, like,
Yeah.
30-day, 60-day
Right,
clause.
okay.
No, sir.
Yeah.
And of course, inmate pharmaceutical service, who pays and how much? It's what it is. CCG is obligated by state law to pay all inmate medical and hospital expenses. I'm not going to read that to you. We know it's based on the city to pay for the pharmaceutical costs in medical care. Next one, Jeremy. It's also, they have also obligated by agreement with the DOJ to pay all inmate medical and hospital expenses, including the mental health and psychotropic medications that is being provided to those individuals at the county jail. Next one, Jim. CCG obligated by contract with New Horizons, and everybody knows we have a New Horizons for the mental health treatment of the county, the prisoners or the inmates at the county jail to pay all inmate medical and hospital expenses, including the mental health and psychotropic medication. And I won't read that. And of course, everybody, I think, understands that the doctors are the ones that prescribe the medication for not only the mental health, but the medical. And we are now responsible for paying for that, the medicine and the treatment for whatever they request. Next one, Jim. Now, this is, as you can see, is for inmate off-site medical service, and this is not covered by CCS and New Horizon contracts. In FY15, we were adopted no money for the off-site medical service for inmates at the county jail, and the actuals when it all came in was $126,495, and that was that shortfall. In 16, the budget that we're here for today, we were allocated $40,000. I moved $60,000, I believe it was for medical supplies, to that line item. Now, so far, as you can see, actual invoices, and we included the first quarter of fiscal year last year, that's from July, August, and September, and then, of course, October, November, and December. Those have been submitted. Plus, also the dialysis.
It's so small, I'm sorry.
The 121,000, Mayor, 386 is for the first 2 quarters of the invoices for 16, and dialysis invoices that we have received is how you get that 121. Now, the 100,000 that has 3 is the estimated medical expenses that we projected for outside medical services. And we have not received those invoices yet.
Okay, and let me ask you this.
Sure.
Are they, these invoices, the fact that our finance department doesn't have invoices from the second quarter, which would be October, November, and December of 2015, nor the third quarter, which would be January, February, March of 2016, did you get those invoices? Did you receive those? Did the sheriff's office receive those invoices?
We received those invoices, and we have submitted those to the city for payment. The first one has been paid, the second one has been rejected.
When did you get them?
I'm not sure, I'd have to get
Okay, 'cause
documentation on that.
That would help us keep our records. If they're coming to you, then they should be timely submitted to us.
I agree with you, and
Okay.
that's part of the problem. There is a 6-month lag time right now of us receiving those bills.
Okay, because they seem to think they're sending you the bills, and that would be a breach of contract, by the way. We could feasibly, I mean, we got to get our counsel.
Let me speak to this.
But we could reject these bills if they're not going to be sending them to us, and it's breach of contract.
Okay, when you talk about what we're doing within the sheriff's office.
Right, yes.
We are getting those bills, and we are submitting those bills in a timely manner. We are not holding on to any bills to be paid. That's what you guys should know. Why is it taking 6 months? I do not have a great answer for you. The only thing is, and I think it's on the next slide, is I don't think it's later on, is we're getting, I guess, they're getting the bills, they're scrubbing them to make sure that they're being paid at their accurate rate and stuff like that. I don't really have a great answer for you to why a company is taking 6 months to present those bills to us. But we have submitted all bills that we are getting on a timely manner that when we receive them, and we are not holding bills to be paid. Like I said, it seems, and that's really, the $100,000 is just a guesstimate as far as, I know the first 2 bills for the first 2 quarters total over $110,000. But we were trying to be kind of generalized when we said 100,000 gives you that. But that gives a shortfall in the budget one, in what we're talking about right now, of close to 121,386 estimated in that shortfall right there. Next one, Jeremy.
Yeah.
It says inmate off-site medical service, who pays? And it goes back to, we're obligated by state law to pay all inmate medical and hospital expenses. And I won't read that to you, if we're responsible for the payment.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the other slide for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That one right there, Ms.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
If we don't, let's see, if your inmate housing is going down, why is this medical bill still so high? Is it really chronic illnesses of the inmates that are in the jail?
Well, I guess the best way to explain that I guess from our perspective is, when you talk about the medical costs for an inmate, it's going to vary, just like when we start talking about pharmaceutical costs for an inmate. One inmate might cost over $3,000 a month to provide his psych medicine, where some other individual, of course, it's not going to be that much. When you start talking about the same thing, when you start talking about medical service for off-site, the number of people we have in the jail that needs dialysis, the number of females that are going out for OBGYN services, everything that we provide, that's going to vary as far as that. The only thing I can tell the council is when we have an inmate that we feel like is costing us a lot of money, we do go, I personally go and talk to the judges to try to do our best to make sure that we can then do some other alternative sentencing sometimes for them, or get them released so it does not come back onto the taxpayers of Muskogee County. Of course, the number one priority is always going to be the safety of the community, but there's a lot of times when we're talking about individuals that you would not consider a violent person, we're going to do our part to try to get them out. So it's not costing us as much as a community. But so to answer the question, Mimi, it's just a very case by case. There's some individuals that cost a lot more than other ones.
Okay.
Sheriff, the
Yes, ma'am.
contract with CHC provides that they shall provide the sheriff with quarterly reports and have meetings with the sheriff quarterly regarding overall operations of healthcare services programs and general health and jail population, for actually what Counselor Woodson is alluding to, so that you can assess the cost of medical care per
Yes, ma'am.
inmate. And
We-
you're
and we-
supposed to be managing that contract. So are you meeting with them quarterly?
They are having meetings, and what they do is they track off-site. I tell you, some of the things they were going to track, if you have a lot of inmates all of a sudden having to be taken out by ambulance, you kind of go over that, say, is that something that could have been handled in-house if it could be? It's also the same thing, if we're having a lot of services that are being done off-site, they do talk to them, yes, ma'am.
How about reports? Do you get reports from them, itemizing trends? I mean, with a 7% decrease in population and then a 30% increase in medical cost, I just wonder if they have a report analyzing for you what...
I would have to get with Lieutenant Anthony. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and I just, because I'm trying to make a list of things we can, maybe agree on to move forward, that if you're required to meet quarterly with them and get reports quarterly from them, that would be a great time to bring up that they're not giving you invoices for tens of thousands of dollars or
Yes, ma'am.
that they're 6 months late. And so maybe we can agree that you'll exercise the management oversight to call them before you on a quarterly basis, as the contract requires them to do, and provide you these reports of the correlation between the population and the cost, and make certain that these invoices are coming in timely.
Yes, ma'am. But just always, don't get caught up in that inmate population now. I'm telling you,
Okay.
you're going to get yourself confused on that
Well, at least
one
we would
because
know, if there was a correlation. We've got Counselor Allen.
Well, it's not a correlation. Like I said, you could have one inmate that could cost a staggering amount of money, and you could have 800 inmates. Next one.
Counselor Allen.
Sheriff, is the contract, do you know if it allows for them to have 6-month delays in the invoicing process?
No, sir. Counselor Allen, I would have to look at that. I don't know if there's something, if there's verbiage in that that says that in my world, I don't think that's really acceptable, but I'd have to look at the contract as far as the verbiage.
Would you be willing to share a copy maybe with the city attorney so we could?
Yes, sir.
We have it. It requires quarterly invoices.
It does?
Yeah,
Okay.
we have it.
Well, I think, we're getting quarterly invoices, it's just we're taking too long to get them, and is that what you're talking about, Counselor Allen?
Yeah, I was just wondering if they put in the contract what their period of invoicing would be.
We need to look at that. I do not have that answer for you right now as far as what it says as far as when we will receive those.
My recollection is maybe the city attorney has it, or the deputy, or the assistant city attorney. Aren't they required to submit quarterly? Oh, so there is a contractual requirement that they reconcile quarterly, and that basically means that they send us invoices quarterly. So you're supposed to be getting invoices quarterly. And if you're not, that's a breach of contract. And that's what I was saying earlier is that, I mean, look, we all want to get along with all of our vendors always, but if a vendor has this kind of swing because they're not abiding by the contract and sending us invoices so we can protect the taxpayer money, then that's a breach of contract.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can bring up to them and tell them that we don't feel like we're going to honor it. Now, I don't know where all that leads, but I'm just saying that gives us tools.
Yes, ma'am.
To protect our reserve fund and our citizens. If we're not going to have vendors that play ball fairly, well then, we'll have to take steps too. So they're required to give us quarterly invoices, give you quarterly invoices.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have we used that contractor? How long have we used them?
It was with CHC, of course now it's CCS, and I'm trying to think, it came in September, I think, of 13 or 14, I think it's 13.
For 2014?
September 1 of 2013.
Oh, they came in 2013.
But it was one company, now it's another company.
And I think a referral to Pam or the city attorney, that after we digest all this information tonight, that we consider a letter to the vendor through the appropriate circumstances, putting them on notice that not just the sheriff, but CCGs to get these invoices, if they expect us to pay them, and we're to get them quarterly.
Not 6 months.
Let's see, Counselor Baker?
Thank you. Sheriff, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I notice in your notations, in your notes, it says the physician or CCS medical personnel can decide whether off-site services are necessary. So do they get to decide who goes off-site?
Yeah,
Do you have an independent physician who has any input into that? Or it says physician, what physician specifically?
Which one, I'm sorry, Councilman Baker?
Where it says off-site medical, who decides what is needed?
Oh, who pays or
And
how
it says
much?
CCS medical personnel get to decide whether off-site medical services are necessary.
When it comes to the health, it's the employees of CCS that makes the decision who's going to be sent off-site for medical treatment.
Is there any type of criteria? How do you know if they're not sending off-site more than necessary? Because that's extra money on our tab, right? We have to pay for all off-site care, right?
Yes, sir. At the end of the day, it's just like I tell somebody, Mr. Council Baker, if you're the attending physician or the attending PA and you think there's a medical treatment that needs to be done, you're going to send them off. Then there's after the fact, we try to review some of the things that are done as far as if it needed to be done, could it have been treated on site and things like that is talked about. But the decision, and sometimes you're talking about who's going to make that decision if it's immediate health care. That crisis is going to be the physician or the attending.
Are the physicians
PA.
typically employed by CCS too? I mean, they all,
The physicians and PAs, it's a combination of both.
and they're employed at CCS?
Yes, sir, they're employed by CCS.
That's my question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But there is no other independent person that would decide who goes off. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next one, Jim. And of course, this is just, again, as you can see, and we just kind of listed some of the expenses not covered by the contract, and that's, and you can see such as dialysis, off-site pathological and radiology services, and OBGYN and treatment and things like that. And it says that we are obligated to pay for off-site services. Next one. And Councilor Baker, I think, and I'm not sure if this is the one you were talking about, it says inmate off-site medical service, who decides what is needed? And as you can see, as a result of the medical judgment of the physician, or really it should probably be CHC, CCS authorized personnel are the ones who are making those determinations. Next one, Jim. And this is kind of what we're talking about earlier as far as the lag time. That's kind of what we're getting. CCS reviews the bills for off-site medical providers to ensure the compliance and reduction to applicable Medicaid rates. And then it goes to the CCS pays off-site medical providers on behalf of CCG. And then they provide those invoices to us quarterly for reimbursement of off-site medical expenses paid by CCS on behalf of CCG. And as source, you can see that it's highlighted. The CHC shall pay off-site medical providers on behalf of the CCG and invoice CCG for reimbursement of the medical expenses paid by CHC. What we can do is we'll have them come in and talk to them one more time as far as what we can do to have them come more in compliance as far as is getting these bills in a more timely manner, Mayor.
You've got Counselor Thomas.
Sheriff Dar.
Yes, ma'am.
On this slide, do you happen to know if CCS is paying those off-site medical providers in a timely manner and then just not getting the bills to us in a timely manner? Or do you know of a problem with paying the off-site medical providers? Or is there a problem there?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. No.
I guess it seems a little odd to me that if they're going to pay the off-site medical providers, that they would be slow in sending us a bill to be reimbursed. Because isn't that the process?
Yes, ma'am, and that's
they pay and then we pay them back.
Yes, ma'am. I think what we would talk about as a body is what kind of lag time are we talking about that's acceptable, because that is part of what the process is right now.
But you're not aware of concerns that the off-site medical providers may have about not being paid
not that I know
in a timely
of.
manner?
At times there has been. Come on up.
Okay.
Lieutenant Anthony.
Okay. I just couldn't understand why, you know, if they're paying the vendors, why they're not submitting a bill to be reimbursed.
Lieutenant Anthony handles a lot of that for us. I'll let him, if you have any questions, he might be a better person to
Thank you.
speak on that.
Of course, I understand I wasn't prepared to come up here this evening, so I ain't got a head full of facts for you. I can just give you generalities on my experience with working with medical. And I'll back up a little bit on what he just said a while ago. Whenever you're talking about medical and CCS, realize too that they've got to go back and they've got to wait for whomever it is that's providing these services to get them the invoices from which they have to scrub down in order to get it to us to pay. So there could be conceivably a lag time between the vendors, being whoever they are that's providing these services. And I've seen that in my own experience. That's several months getting those people in their own billing system, get those things out to whomever, be it us or in this case CCS, for them to get it and then scrub it down. So as you interpret all this, understand that there's a lot of components involved before we ever get an invoice. And the one we recently just got, that was $56,000 some odd dollars, came in May or June or first part of June for the last quarter. So we have no way of knowing all those other elements that I've just talked about and what's going in before we get the invoice from CCS. But I have had numerous calls from medical providers wanting to know why they haven't gotten paid. You know, what's the problem? The only thing I can do is then refer them on to the accounts payable people at CCS and say, you're going to have to call them. I don't know what their process is and how long that process is going to take for you to get their money, but I can't control it.
Before we had CCS, were we paying the outside vendors?
Yes.
Maybe we need to start doing that again.
Okay.
Is your rank sergeant?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, okay, I'm sorry, I just didn't want to misspeak. All right. But Lieutenant, you mentioned that we were getting, that we got the invoice that closed March 31 in May or June. When did we get the invoice that closed December 31?
I don't know that off the top of my head, Mayor.
Okay.
Only thing I can tell you is whenever those invoices get to me, as far as the quarterly reconciliations, I don't hold them. I send them straight on because they've already done their job, supposedly, in scrubbing them down, looking at them, and verifying that the inmates that they paid for are legitimate. Because I have no reports to see even if that's the case or not.
Mm-hmm.
And the case that they're not even double paid within the inmate fund that you all pay as a city for the indigent care. We have nothing to show that we're not double paying on both sides of that aisle.
And let me ask about this, if sometimes we're unsure about when we're getting these invoices, and I presume you're doing the bookkeeping, because it sounds like you're on this, because it sounds like you're knowledgeable.
I wear a lot of hats.
Yeah, you're right. Why don't you just simply encumber an estimated amount? Because it looks like, just from what I've seen, that it's averaging $57,000, $60,000 a quarter, let's say. And so clearly you've got, you've got a history. And so you can encumber in your budget, earmark that you know it's going to be in the neighborhood of, let's just say $60,000. If it comes in $75,000, then, you're a little short. But at least you've encumbered, you've earmarked $60,000,
Right.
so that it's not spent on other things.
I don't spend it, I don't move it in other places myself.
Okay.
I mean, what you're asking me to do is just like the CCS contract, that we is $2 million, just for example, then you ask us to encumber that money.
Mm.
But that money is dedicated to its own object code. So there's no other payments coming out of that. New Horizons has got its own object code.
Mm.
So there's no other payments coming out of it. The medical service for inmates, which is what this money is coming from, has its own object code. So there's no other money coming out of it. So to encumber it, when we're not moving money out of it,
Well, maybe that's actually a question for the sheriff, because there has been a transfer. I know last year there was one, we talked about it budget, and this year it's one, I think, $52,000. How much? $51,000 out of medical for various operational
Right.
expenses. So monies are moved
I
from
understand
these
what you're
medical
saying.
object codes and line items.
It's just like this year, we moved, there's no money even allocated for medical services to inmates that I can think of, right off the top of my head. If there was, it was not significant enough. We could sit there and move enough money, say 100,000, up there from somewhere else for medical supplies, and but
Yeah,
we're
no,
also,
I think it's probably better for the sheriff. Sheriff, you might want to address that because the 51 and change $1,000 is being spent for things that aren't related to medical.
Well, when you look at the line item for medical service for inmates, you could make it $10 or $150,000. That's going to be an arbitrary number as far as when we're talking about the medical care for the inmates, for medical service for inmates. The problem is, if we ask for $200,000 and at the end of the year, and it looks like it's going to be $220 for this fiscal year, we would be wrong by about $20,000. The problem is you only put $40,000 in that in the budget process. That's the bottom line. Each line item, when you start looking at it on its own merit, that is just a ridiculous amount of money to put in for that line item, not even close to being sufficient. And what I'm saying is if we had asked for $150,000, we would have been wrong by about $70,000 to $80,000. That's the problem there.
But yeah, and that's fine. I just think it's a budget management technique that once it's been appropriated by council, you have a lot of your budget is made up of major contracts. And to go ahead and earmark those monies that are obligations so that money's not spent on other things, and then you can sort of track your budget as it goes, and there's fewer surprises as you reach the end. And so that's what I was suggesting, and I don't know if you'd be willing to do that.
$40,000, that is a ridiculous amount of money to be put in that line item.
But I was talking about the contract.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's hundreds
Yes, ma'am.
of thousands of dollars.
Yes, ma'am. But we're talking about the one line item for medical service for inmates. Next one, Jeremy. The other one, yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, help me understand. No. Okay. If we put so much money in the medical, to cover the medical, like the lieutenant said, that line item is just for medical only. Help me understand, if that's only for medical and it's not to be touched for anything else, why was $50,000 moved out of that medical?
It wasn't moved out of medical service for inmates, Ms.
Okay.
Woodson. It was moved from medical supplies.
From the medical, but why would we, I'm just trying to get the logic, why would we, anything that has to do with medical, why would we move it from there to somewhere else when you have inmates that come in that have medical condition and stuff?
Yes, ma'am. And as you can see, we moved $60,000 right off the bat at the beginning of it, because we knew $40,000 would not be enough.
But here, I just want you to help me understand, okay? Because in my mind, I'm just thinking, okay, let's say, let me just use general numbers. Let's say this council said, okay, here's $100,000 for medical expenses, and here's another $50,000 for, what was it that you called it?
Medical
For
supplies.
For medical supplies. If that money is earmarked for that because you or your budget person felt that that was the need of money needed to take care of the inmates, why would anyone want to move any of that? Shouldn't that money stay there, because isn't that a projection of what can happen in the medical field? That's all I'm trying to understand. Why would you move it?
Well, we moved from, okay, I'll answer the question.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yes, ma'am. No,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
I don't
really
know, because
do.
sometimes,
No, ma'am, I'm with you. What it was is
Okay.
we knew medical supplies was not going to be that much. We were going to not need that amount. That's why we felt very comfortable right off the bat moving $60,000 to medical service for inmates. I would have to then look about what time frame did we move any other money from medical supplies to any other area to offset what I would say is an inadequate funding for those line items, is the thing. When you talk about medical service for inmates, what, in my opinion, should be is when you sit down, as this budget process is when we're talking about medical service for inmates, we should at least be talking about anywhere, at least in the $200,000 ballpark for that line item. Just like pharmaceuticals, you're budgeting, what, $798,000, give or take. And we know, we're telling you, we know it's going to be up. Why is that up? There's a lot of factors. Why is pharmaceuticals going to be about $1 million in this fiscal year? The number of inmates. We have not seen a decrease in inmates like we thought when we were going into 16, when we were projecting our numbers.
I guess this is
Because we
where-
thought rapid resolution would drop the numbers down. And I told the council, if you remember my presentation when they took over 450, I said to get those savings that you're thinking we're going to get, and I said it, and I think we can roll the tape, in the low 900s. We were not going to get that savings if we did not get to the numbers in the low 900s. We are not even close to there. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, we were over capacity by 1 or 2 inmates. Now, when we're trending, we're trending at 1037, 1040. That's good, but you're not going to get that savings unless those numbers are really, really down.
Okay, I'm not too worried, but I'm still trying to comprehend over here. If you, let's say I gave you that 100,000 there and I gave you that 50 there, and that 50 is not enough to cover those expenses, why would you move $50,000 to somewhere else? Why wouldn't you come to us and say, okay, thank you, you gave me 50,000, I've already used it up, I need an additional 50,000 instead of moving from, that's the part I'm having a hard time understanding. If you were already short, why would you move out of the medical line item, whichever bucket it is, to something else? That's the part I need somebody to help me to understand. Maybe it's not enough time here, but
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, maybe you can get with me later and help me understand it, because that's where I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem with that because y'all stand in front of us, you did the presentation, we allocated more money thinking that would be enough. But yet I'm hearing, and maybe I'm not understanding, but I'm hearing we didn't have enough in that bucket, but yet we moved it. And that's where I'm not, the numbers and the correspondence not
Not on
working.
that one, Ms. Moore. We didn't say on the medical supplies we weren't going to have enough money. We're not saying that. We knew we had more than we needed in that line.
Right, but if you have more than you needed in the medical supply,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were going to transfer money, why wasn't that money transferred within the medical area? Because that's where you were shortage of. That's what I'm trying to understand. If you had a shortage in the medical area and you were transferring money, shouldn't that money you're transferring going into the medical area? That's the part I'm not
Yes, ma'am.
comprehending.
And I know, I think we just need to note that down, and I think it's a good point. I would say, Sheriff, it sounds like we're talking about 2 different transfers. I'm not sure about the $60,000 transfer. The transfer that I was referring to is actually on slide 12 of Pam's presentation. Maybe you all could take a look at it. We could talk
Yes,
about it
ma'am,
later.
I saw that.
But it's actually, it was moved from, and I don't think it's medical equipment, is it? Is it just medical, is it medical supplies? Okay, medical
Yes, ma'am.
supplies. And it was moved to education and training for $300, $15,000, another $300, another $5,000. And then it was moved to detention jail services for $2,700, operating materials, travel and schools for $5,000, and so on and so forth. So I think our point is that when you come every year, it's a heavy emphasis on medical supplies, and so I come away with the impression that an inmate's not getting insulin or something, and actually 70% of his operations, and then we find out that $51,000 of it is being moved from medical supplies to other things that have nothing to do with providing medical care to inmates. And so I think that's just what we're trying to struggle with, and that's why we keep saying, and I'll speak for myself, budget management. That's why we're asking these questions. So anyway, I know it's a long presentation.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
we're
And
getting on,
I'll
but-
continue to say it's underfunding. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, that's slide 12. You might want to
Yes,
take a
ma'am.
look
I
at that.
understand.
Okay.
The next one for bailiffs, right here. Go back, Jeremy. And one of the other areas was we're talking about bailiffs. Of course, you know, these numbers that we present every year for the bailiff and reserve line item for reserve deputies is based on the expertise that I use from Major Mike Massey that comes up with these numbers. Everybody's familiar with Major Massey. He would have been here tonight, but he had an accident and broke his foot, and he's been told to stay off his feet. I hope so too. But this is one of the shortfalls that we have every year. This is we're allocated as you can see, that's obvious, $311,300. We asked for more than that. We ended up, of course, getting in the actual expenses of $696 in this fiscal year of a shortage of $378,706. And then, of course, and that includes, of course, everybody knows the security for this place, the presence that we have here, the screening process into the government center, and also in the screening process in Recorder's Court. That line item also pays for the bailiffs that attend, of course, to the court, and for the other judges and things like that. Next slide, Jeremy. And then, of course, the bailiffs, and it is the duty of the sheriff, and I'm not going to read it to everybody, but we do use bailiffs to attend into the courts, and that's one of the biggest use that we use them for, not only in the superior courts and state courts, but also as far as some of the security checkpoints when you come down to the government center, you see those. And of course, this is just some of the duties that the sheriff has for every county in the state of Georgia to attend by himself or his other deputies, the superior court of the county and other sessions, the probate court and any other court. I won't continue to read that. To develop and implement a comprehensive plan for the security of the county courthouse and any courthouse annex. And then the public grounds and other county property are placed in the keeping of the sheriff of the county, subject to the order of the county governing authority, and it is his or her duty to preserve them from injury or waste and to prevent intrusions upon them. And that's nothing more than what we use some of the bailiffs for. Next one, Jeremy.
Sheriff, real quick, is there, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Is there a flat rate for all the bailiffs, all paid the same?
Yes, sir.
Regardless?
Bailiffs and reserve. Yes, sir. I apologize. Reserve deputies and bailiffs. Yes, sir. There is a flat rate.
The same rate?
Yes, sir. We're going to play this video real quick, if that's all right. We're going to get the audio. I'm not going to stand here before you, so let's choose. She said go back, Joe. Well, I can tell you this, Ms. Evelyn. The $311,000 would not fund the screening of the government.
It's kind of hard to try to figure it out when you got $311,000 in the budget, but when you look at the year-to-date expenses for bailiffs.
Well, I can tell you this, Ms. Evelyn. The $311,000 would not fund the screening of the government center and Recorder's Court. I'm not going to stand here before you and say let's choose between those two areas. I think that started to become that would be irresponsible on my behalf. Our job is to provide security. I'll be glad to sit down with any member of council as a body, as individuals, or members of the mayor, city manager. There's a cost associated with providing the security of not only the buildings that we have and we're responsible for by law. So that's why when I sit there and don't say that, you know, we can't just have a nonchalant attitude and say, well, I'm not going to come before you and say, well, I'll close one of them down. I don't think that's really an option. And then, like I said, Mr. Evelyn, a lot of those, you're talking about bailiffs that work for the Superior Court judges, that are ones that work when the grand jury is running and things like that.
Wouldn't we also have to take in consideration the new judge position that's been authorized for our county? That's going to increase bailiffs, possibly.
Yes, ma'am, it potentially can, but and Major Massey's here, and he can speak a lot better on this topic than me. He's probably really our subject matter expert. But we've been very fortunate with some of the judges. Like if you ever go to some of the floors, you'll just see one bailiff on the floor, and some of them is for both judges, Ms. Evelyn. So we're fortunate in that way, and I don't know if we're going to be running into that with the other Superior Court judges. It's potentially we can. But the one area that it will impact us when you start talking about the addition of that Superior Court judge is the bailiffs that work in the back of the courtroom when people are coming in, and they're the individuals that are basically making sure people are presentable, making sure we don't have cell phones and stuff like that. So there is a slight cost with the new judge.
And I have to ask the administration, why did we reduce the budget request to 311?
And I guess my response is what we did in order to bring the budget forward.
It's kind of hard to try to figure it out when you got 311,000 in the budget, but when you look at the year-to-date expenses for bailiffs.
Well, I can tell you this, Miss Evelyn, the 311,000 would not fund the screening of the government center and recorder's court. I'm not going to stand here before you and say let's choose between those two areas. I think that started to become that would be irresponsible on my behalf. Our job is to provide security. I'll be glad to sit down with any member of council as a body, as individuals, or members of the mayor, city manager. There's a cost associated with providing the security of not only the buildings that we have and we're responsible for by law. So that's why when I sit there, I don't say that, there were some things we wanted there were some dots we were going to it was supposed to have some captions that would come up. And really one of the biggest things is we wanted to emphasize is this $311,300, an arbitrary number that finance put in the budget to make the overall budget number work. It was plucked out of the air to make the overall budget work to the numbers that the finance director and the mayor wanted. It was not based on any historical data or input from any of the law enforcement officers within the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office regarding the safety and security of the government center and recorder's court. And in this building now, as we've added a security present here. Ms. Evelyn asked me, would it potentially, the new judge, have an impact? And I said potentially. It has had a huge impact, and I'll tell you a few things that it has had. Not only has the additional Superior Court judge had a big impact on the use of bailiffs, reserve deputies, or anything else, that the judges, where in the past where they would only run 2 criminal dockets, every Superior Court judge now runs their own criminal docket and civil docket. And what I'm saying, and I'm going to emphasize on that civil docket, the more civil dockets or courts they're holding, the more of a presence that you have to have from the sheriff's office, such as deputies, of course, being there, but we're talking about the use of bailiffs and reserve deputies working in the courtroom. So the use of the additional judges had a huge impact on that line item of $311,300, which is not even close to being sufficient for the security and the use in the courtrooms.
Sheriff, let me ask, and it may be that we wait for Major Massey when he's able to be here. But I think one of the things that we struggle with, and we have to defer to you, obviously, and your staff. But for instance, and this would be nice to hear some, more detailed report of personnel usage. But when we went out for the OLOST, there was going to be, I think, 60 new deputies because we were going to have a jail expansion.
Yes, ma'am.
And so years ago, and I think maybe even before my time, but either immediately before my time or when I came in, your office asked to go ahead and get 12 administrative new deputies and then sort of forward 14 new deputies that would have actually been for this jail expansion that hasn't occurred and doesn't look like it is going to occur. And some of those 14, you had the 12, and then you got the new 14, so for a total of 26, and some of those were for the jail clinic that then were done away with, so to speak, because we got CHC, and those positions were just converted to be additional deputies. And so with these 26 new deputies, and then we can debate about the jail population going down and so forth, to see this rapid rise in bailiffs it seems like there's an opportunity there for you to consider, in your discretion and with your analysis, but personnel management. And then there's other details that we can't get into, obviously the micromanaging, but the judges aren't here all the time. They're countywide. They go to other counties, and other sheriffs have to protect them and guard their courthouses and so forth. And I assume that's being reviewed. But I think one of the places where we have not been meeting in this discussion is there is just a general sense when you look at the personnel and you look at the increase in that personnel and the fact that the jail certainly hasn't increased in population beyond its maximum capacity, which is where it was before we added the 26 new deputies. Why in the world they can't either be reassigned or those deputy positions be converted to bailiff positions and that money be used to pay some of these bailiff overages? Because 26 deputies is a lot of money, and it covers any shortage in these bailiffs. And so that's one thing I think, you know, we can't, as you well know, we can't tell you how to spend your money once it's appropriated. But we can assess whether the budget that has been appropriated has been managed in a way that's assured efficiencies and been devoted to the mission, the constitutionally required mission, not for discretionary payments. And so that's what we're doing. Not trying to make a suggestion that a bailiff stand outside a particular judge's court. We don't know anything about that. But when we see this increase in deputies, and then also an increase in bailiffs, with, one new judge, but 26 deputies, hundreds of thousands of dollars in new costs for bailiffs, you know, there is a personnel management component that it's not being explained fully, I think. And I think that's room for additional discussion as we try to determine whether this is a line item that needs additional enhancement or whether there could be a personnel management opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Let's take a step back then. When OLOS was passed, I think it was supposed to be an additional 78 personnel for the sheriff's office, 12 deputies to be allocated toward the increase in the courts, which we moved 12 deputies into that area to handle the increase in courts and civil process and warrants and all that. So as far as efficiencies using the deputies like we're supposed to, we have. Those 12 are being used efficiently and like they were designed for in the old laws. You're talking about the other 14 personnel. I would have to make sure on my numbers, but I think 3 of those personnel are allocated toward that pretrial program that we put in place a few years ago. That is saving the taxpayers and us a lot of money. I think we have nearly 100 people out on that pretrial. So if we didn't have this pretrial, put that in context, we'd be over capacity. So take that 100 and put them back in jail. We're going to be over capacity. So I think we're using our management as far as utilization of those personnel really, really well, and especially on the money they're saving. So now you're talking about 11 more personnel for the jail. If you start looking at the ratios for personnel, when you start talking about a facility such as county jail, it's about 4 to 1. That gives us our ratio of about where we're at right now of about 4 inmates to every officer assigned to the county jail. In fact, that number could even be more depending on the design of your jail. It could be less depending on the design of your jail. What we have is an antiquated jail, and it's not nobody's fault here. We have a piecemeal of different sections of the jail, so it is what I would call not very manpower efficient for the use of personnel, how we do things. So when you start talking about personnel, I would have to totally disagree with you and say the efficiencies are really, really good right now for what we're doing within the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. But it's not disagreeing, it's just providing us with that information, because that's what looks to be a disconnect. When we look at it and we see these bailiffs I mean, $700,000 in bailiffs, that's a lot of bailiffs.
And reserve deputies too, so let's just
yeah,
make sure we.
So a lot of reserve deputies, bailiffs, and, I mean, that's, $700,000 is a lot of folks. And so then we've had an increase in deputies. It just,
And,
that's just.
and everybody talks about efficiencies. Now, I want everybody to remember that we moved personnel from 12-hour shifts to 8-hour shifts to handle the increase in the courts on Monday through Friday. So we have did some efficiencies in use of personnel too. So to sit there and not to give the public an opinion that we haven't did efficiencies would be misleading to them, because we have done that within the sheriff's office. And the use of the 26 people, as I just laid out, I think I think a pretty good job as far as laying out the efficiencies. Have been pretty good at the use of those 26.
So anyway, that's great. If you could just kind of give us some additional information. We talked about the 12. You
Sure.
mentioned those, and so that's helpful. You talked about the 3 of the 14, and then you said you wanted to go check the others.
I would
So
have
if
to
we
make,
could just-
I would only have to make sure. I think out of the 14, I know 2 of those personnel came from that. I wanted to make sure before I spoke to say there was 3 out of the 14 that was dedicated to the pretrial. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that.
Okay.
But I would like to make sure that I'm 100% right on that. Okay, Jeremy, on this, go back. One of the things, of course, that gets a lot of attention these days, and I'm sure you get the questions, I get the questions too, is the overtime pay for sworn personnel. And as you can see, this is 15 and 16, and let's just deal with 16, and since that's what we're dealing with today. We are adopted budget at $50,000 to pay for overtime, and I would say to address the gap time and overtime within the sheriff's office for the fiscal year of 16. The actual paid out of this year was $475,667,000. That left a shortfall of $425,000, $667. Let's go to the next one, though, because I think this is kind of important for people at home to be watching this. And you can read, what is overtime? Overtime is equal to, for us, gap time and straight time. And here it is, an ordinance by the city. Non-exempt public safety employees, not exempt law enforcement, fire protection, or emergency medical employees are scheduled to work assigned shifts during either a 28, 171-hour work period, law enforcement, or a 21-day, 159-hour work week for the fire and EMS will be paid their regular straight time rate of pay for all hours actually worked up to and including the hours specified in the applicable designated work period. So according to the city policy, as far as the ordinance, that we should be compensating our employees for either paying them at straight rate or compensating them at time and a half. In CCG ordinance, if you read that, does not use the term anywhere that I've seen, partial exempt employees. Next one, Jeremy. Why gap straight time? And I think for people at home, this might be interesting for them, and of course, I'm sure most of the council probably knows this. And how did we get to the use of gap time? It's really kind of important. 94-95, the jail alleged to be unconstitutional by the U.S. Department of Justice. A federal lawsuit was filed, and then you can see that. In 99, per consent order, CCG agrees to hire additional personnel and implement a 12-hour shift schedule at the jail. 2013 and 15, the DOJ approved the 12-hour shift schedule as adequate staffing and finds substantial compliance with the 1999 consent order, and you can see the memorandum of agreement. The 12-hour shift schedule is the most cost-effective means to cover the 24/7 schedule with the least amount of staff. And if we switch to an 8-hour schedule, we require 16 additional correctional officers to cover the hours we lost. Now, what's important is here, is we've been paying this gap time since 1999, and whoever was in charge and all that with the city and the agreement, when they went into these 12-hour shifts. So we've been paying the gap time since 1999. This is not something new that we came up with, or any of us in this room came up with. So for historical purposes, we've been paying it ever since. Now, when you start coming about to 2013, 2015, I think that's also important because the DOJ, when they come and visit, and they don't even visit at the jail when we're talking about staffing, medical, or sanitation, they have no issue with our staffing at the jail where it was in the past. We're in substantial compliance on that. That is not their concern anymore. Any changes in our personnel at the county jail would potentially affect our compliance with the staffing at the county jail. And I'm going to go back one more time. We've been paying it since 1999. The ordinance says we will compensate the employees for the work that they're working. Next one, Jim.
Sheriff, I know the city manager wants to make a comment, but I also want to say, first of all of our employees are partially exempt employees, no matter where they work, whether it's MCP or Sheriff's Office, whatever. They are paid for all straight time and hours worked through their salary. And the DOJ most certainly does not require gap time. The Fair Labor Standard Act does not require gap time. So any gap time you pay is a discretionary payment that you make as a constitutional officer. And so I think when we're having this discussion, it's nobody else pays gap time. They've all managed or scheduled or whatever, and they've eliminated it. There apparently was a custom. We've had debates here about it at council. Most counselors had no idea any such thing was being paid because they assumed we were following the federal law, which doesn't require gap time at all. And so the fact that you continue to pay gap time is a discretionary decision you make that's $311,000, 400 and something thousand, it's been as high as $1.2 million. And so I think that when we talk about, when Pam puts it in her PowerPoint, it's simply making a note that that's a decision that you made as a constitutional officer. It's not required by law or by your mission. That was hundreds of thousands of dollars that could have been redirected for other things. And that's the only discussion.
Well, I would have to disagree with you when you sit there and say that their pay is based on that 160-hour schedule that they're expected to work at the county jail. I don't think that's right, Mayor. I think that's why, when this was put in place, that's why they've been paying them since 1999, that gap time.
That was a discretionary thing?
No, ma'am. You call it what you want.
Yeah.
When you sit there, I'm just telling you, we've been doing it ever since, because I'm going to disagree with you as far as I do not think that 8 hours that they're working every 28 days is built into their salary. There's nobody that I would think here expects the employee to work 8 hours every 28 days for free when it's expected of them in their work schedule. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that.
All right, and we'll continue to talk about it, but I'll leave it with this. The federal law is very clear that partially exempt employees are paid a salary up until the point they work 171, regardless of what you schedule them. You could schedule them for 40 hours during the pay period and send them home if you wanted to. But they're paid up to 171 for their salary. Anything after that is time and a half by federal law. And so if you're paying them extra before 171, United States Supreme Court case, federal law, very clear, that's discretionary, it's not required. If your people file a lawsuit because you didn't pay it to them, they'd be thrown out of court because there's no requirement. So that's the only discussion, is that it's not unlawful that you do it, it's discretionary that you do it because it's not required by law.
I would think, when it goes back to ordinance, I think it says that you will pay those employees and compensate them.
It says they'll be paid for the hours that they work. And they are
168, 8
through
hours.
their
So
salaries.
I agree with you, then they should be compensated if that's what you're saying for that 8 hours and that 28
Okay, well,
days.
we're not going to get to it here, but it is, again, it's clear, we set through a commission on this that some of the counselors were on, and it's very clear, we've received legal opinions and we've gotten experts, and for all law enforcement officers, including firefighters, they are partially exempt and paid a salary up until the point they work 171 hours. And so they can go home early and they're still paid for that salary. They're not docked hourly. If you had an hourly employee that only worked 20 hours a week, then you'd only pay them for 20 hours a week. But when you have a salaried employee, they're paid for 171 hours and they're paid their salary whether they work 80 hours, 90 hours, 100 hours, 118 hours, or 171 hours. And so that's a benefit in that sense. And then, of course, anything after 171, they get time and a half. And so I think, it's just something, again, we can debate it, but the bottom line is it's discretionary. And so you choose to pay it because you have this belief and you want to pay it because you think it's fair to them, fine. but that's discretionary, it's not required, and that's money that could be used for other things. And so that's where this discussion is coming in.
Yes, ma'am. And I will say again, I mean, there was a reason why they went into that 12-hour back in 1999, and we started paying them for that 8 hours they worked. I do not think anybody, and I'm sure there's a couple of people on council now that were part of council then.
And also maybe consider scheduling them for 171. That might, some heads do, department heads do decide to do that, so. And then that eliminates this discussion altogether. Councilor Allen?
Thank you, Mayor. Clifton, could we, since this was a part of the agreement with the Justice Department, could we get send a letter to them and ask for an interpretation of this type pay structure?
Yeah, Clifton.
Well, number one, I don't know that they would comment on it, but it's clear under federal law that you are not obligated to pay anything other than the salary through the work up to 171 hours.
Well, I understand that. I've heard it repeated here about 10 times, so
Right.
I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is the Justice Department came in and they told us what to do with that jail.
Yeah,
And I don't know if the federal law that's been cited has anything to do with what the Justice Department told us to do.
Justice Department was just concerned with certain manning of certain
That's my whole point.
parts of
That's
the
my
jail.
question. I would like for us to write them a letter and explain this to them and see if we can get an answer. I mean, we can hire 10 attorneys and they're going to have 10 different opinions on this.
Well, we
and
can
it's
go, we
just-
can write the Justice Department, but nothing has been pointed to that says that they mandated hourly pay. They
Right.
requested 12-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts, whichever, fine, but not that we pay them hourly.
So you don't have to pay them when they work.
You have to, we
Right.
pay them a salary. We certainly do. We pay them a salary.
Well, would you give me an opinion as to whether or not we can write that?
Oh, we can write them, but what I'm afraid they may say is,
Okay,
under the
I understand
settlement.
I understand what
Right.
you're afraid they may say. Just, let's write them a letter and
Sure.
find out what they
Write them a
say.
letter and ask them if they meant to require us a
right,
particular rate of pay.
any payment over the standard
FLSA.
FSLA.
If they meant to
Did
set
they-
a different standard than
Did they
FLSA.
intend that? We can certainly ask.
Let's do it this way. Would you draft the letter and send it to me? And then let's talk about it from there.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Huff.
Yes, Sheriff,
Yes, sir.
how do we meet the demands of the Department of Justice and scheduling at the same time? Is that, yeah, I mean, if we're not paying our people to be there, and we have to be in compliance with them, with the Department of DOJ, and we're working 12-hour shifts in order to make that happen. So we have to hire more deputies in order to make it happen a different way?
Yes, sir. What I'm saying is this, in 1999, in my opinion, and I was not the sheriff in 1999, is they needed more personnel, staffing to work at the county jail. The cheaper alternative was to go to 12-hour shifts, then hire more additional people working the schedule we were working then. And then that's how we came into